and ask Commissioner Cosalt.
No.
Huh?
I've been practicing on this prayer all
Oh,
day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see.
And you gonna let Tony get it?
No, I didn't see no.
Well, the Lord heard it.
Now he's a lot better at it than I am, so it's okay with me if he will give it.
I apologize, Mike.
Thank you.
If you lead us in prayer, and
I'll be glad to.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Will y'all join me in prayer, please? Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together this afternoon and for the privilege of serving the people of Granville County. This is home for us, and we don't take this responsibility lightly that comes with serving this community. As we begin this retreat, please know the work ahead of us matters. As we hear from our speakers today, help us to truly listen. Give us wisdom to make careful decisions, courage to do what's right, and humility to remember that this isn't about us, it's about serving our neighbors and constituents well. Remind us that together we share a common goal of doing what's best for Granville County. We ask that you guide us today and in the year ahead. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge to allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, that was a beautiful prayer.
That was Vice Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, like you said, well spent on your knees.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry for looking over you.
That's easy to do.
Okay, you caught that right.
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right. We like to thank each and welcome each and every one that is here to our retreat. We hope that something said and done will be more encouragement so us and we can make a decision to move forward in the future. And with that said, you're welcome. Appreciate you coming. Appreciate your time. Staff, love you. Y'all do a marvelous job here in Canada, and we appreciate it. Okay, Drew?
Guess I could just speak from my chair, but this feels a little better, a little more appropriate. Good afternoon to everybody. No, we don't have a huge audience yet, but I imagine it will steadily grow over the afternoon. So welcome to all of our guests. Thank you for coming. Before I dive into my comments, I also want to thank publicly the staff who've helped make this event possible, including and especially interim clerk Jessica Todd, Audrey Hill, and others who have kind of pulling extra weight these days. So much appreciated. And for all the background work that allows us to be here and on Friday and with all the tools and sustenance we need and butterfingers that we need to kind of carry our work forward. So when I was thinking about my comments for today, I was just thinking what an exciting time it is for Granville County right now. Every time has its challenges, of course, but our fiscal health is really good as it has been in recent memory, and we are also on the cusp of a number of significant projects that I think will change and improve the lives of our citizens and our employees. So I'm excited about that. Thanks to careful financial management, and as recently shown in our independent third-party audit, the county's finances and fund balance are in a very strong position. We have spent over 3 years growing back our financial health to desirable levels, and raising our unassigned fund balance to a notch or two above our target level will enable us to do a number of things. It continues to help us achieve the highest credit rating that we are eligible to get, and so that when we need to borrow money, we're able to do so at the most attractive interest rates. It also, and this may seem a little counterintuitive, but a healthy fund balance enables us to tighten up our annual operating budget, right? When you're not so scared that there isn't a fund balance to fall back on, right? You try to build a little more kind of cushion into the annual operating budget. And I know personally, and I think Maria and Jennifer are the same way, when our fund balance is in a really good spot, it makes us feel a little more willing to kind of ratchet things down in the annual budget. It also, a healthy fund balance enables us to make quick, necessary investments outside of the normal annual operating budget. We may have one or two of those coming up, but that's a more manageable thing when our fund balance is in a good place. And finally, it keeps us in a strong position to respond immediately to significant disasters such as the one that hit the western part of the state about a year and a half ago. I know heard personally from colleagues who fared much better in the aftermath of that because their community had a really solid fund balance. We further strengthen our financial position by going after grants to help support county work. And within the past few weeks, Granville County institutions have been awarded $1.35 million in grants from the Golden Leaf Foundation. I know you know this, but sort of for the benefit of the audience and the listening public, with help from our Economic Development Department, the Oxford Henderson Airport received a $600,000 grant to help complete the funding package for the waterline extension that will enable the airport to become a much stronger part of our economic development engine. Advanced Granville Community College received $750,000 to help supplement funding and build out of their new Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Technology at Triangle North. I know we're all excited to see that project finally get moving, and so really lots of kudos to President Damaris and her staff for pulling that successful application together. So what will all of our financial strength allow us to do? It won't allow us to do anything and everything we want, but it certainly helps put us in a position to pursue a number of appropriate investments. One exciting investment that we will be making in the coming years is at the site of the former Hawley Middle School. This 27-acre parcel with a number of additional acres donated by the city of Creedmoor. Thank you, Creedmoor. Will become a recreation center that will offer our community both indoor and outdoor recreation opportunities. So I think you're aware I send you photographs or videos or drone shots periodically. I think demolition of the facility is nearly complete, if not complete. And last week we received 21 proposals from firms wishing to assist us with design and master planning of that site. So we're sifting through those and be meeting with a larger committee to make a decision there. Another exciting investment that we will be making is in a new county complex. Currently, our administrative functions are spread over 5 or 6 different buildings, making it difficult for residents to figure out where they need to be to get a certain thing done. And while no decision has been made, as you all know, right, on kind of specific location or final scope for that project, space needs analysis is nearing completion, and I hope will inform kind of further progress on those fronts, sort of location, scope, and so forth. You will hear more about that space needs analysis on Friday, our second retreat day. And again, I'm certain that you will receive information in that report that will help with those eventual decisions that we have to make. Finally, our courthouse. So Granville County's historic courthouse was last updated about 40 years ago. Court traffic has increased dramatically over those 4 decades, but the facility itself has not been substantially updated or expanded since that time. Some of you may not be aware that while counties do not directly operate courthouses or employ most of the staff who work there, by state law, we are responsible for making sure they have adequate facilities to do their work, meeting the justice-related needs of the community. Our county staff have done extensive outreach and engagement with our judges, our district attorney, our clerk of court, our sheriff's office, register of deeds, all of the main stakeholders in the courthouse to ascertain what plan of action will best meet the short, medium, and long-term needs in the courthouse. And that plan is coming together. Many of our short-term strategies are already being pursued and some of them completed. Medium-term strategies should start to bear fruit over the next handful of years, and long-term improvements and additions, hopefully not much longer. The backdrop and context for all of these longer-term efforts is our annual budgeting process, a process we're now in the thick of. Every year we go through an exercise of determining the exact combination of internal-facing and external-facing programs and staffing models and investments will best meet the needs of this county, needs that are changing as we grow and develop. So it's not how do we meet the exact same needs every year, right? Those needs are changing over time. We pay careful attention to past performance, right? We pay careful attention to our financial indicators. We pay careful attention to legislative decision-making in Raleigh and Washington, D.C. And we pay careful attention to the pay and benefits that will continue to allow us to recruit and retain the best and the brightest from Granville County and also the surrounding area to serve Granville County and help us achieve all of the goals that we have for our community. On this matter, which is the pay study, we will also be receiving an update on Friday covering preliminary results of that study. And I expect it will show we have some work to do for us to be in that desired position of really being able to recruit and retain the best staff. So with that, Mr. Chair and Commissioners and guests, all of whom I would like to again welcome, my remarks are concluded and we can proceed with the rest of today's presentations. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
may I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
I'd like to point out some of our guests. We have Commissioner Karen McGee from the city of Oxford, and she was just recently elected, I believe was the largest vote getter. Multiple generations from Oxford, fathers, good family. And I just want to, and you want to introduce everyone? Would you?
I don't want to. I'm with District 7, School Board Representative. I live in Button. District Superintendent, Dr. Stan Whitmore, Dr. Lloyd Chair, Vicki Baker. Well, there's
Jen.
there's our CFO for finance, Vicki High, and then Representative Katrina Ward.
Hello, everyone.
Cool.
Thank you,
We're glad to be here.
Commissioner McGee. Glad to have you here. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Okay. As again, I said, welcome everyone to our retreat. Okay, moving right along, we have Granville County Public School update. Superintendent.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, county commissioners, county managers, wonderful to see you all. We were just here though, right? Yeah. Really enjoyed our joint meeting last week. I thought it was a great time for us all to come together and have a really good discussion. And just appreciate so much the collaborative spirit and support that you all have shown our schools, our students, and our educators. So Ms. Hines and I are here, happy to share with you some information regarding the upcoming budget. As Commissioner Wilford, as you pointed out, I've got several board members here as well, so I want to thank them for attending. I believe Ms. Lebrecht also just came in, so I'm glad to have them all here. Our presentation is not too long, but please feel free to stop us at any time if you have any questions. I'm going to start out just giving you some broad information, and then Ms. Hines is going to come in with some of the nuts and bolts of what we're looking at for the coming school year. So of course, I hope you all know by now, and those that are just joining us, Granville County Public Schools, we are focused forward, we're looking ahead, and we're very excited about all of the accomplishments that we've achieved recently. We also have adopted our state's motto, esse quam videre, which means to be rather than to seem. We feel that keeping a genuine, honest look on what's happening is the only way to get better. And that's our motto that we aspire to. So, again, thank you for the joint meeting. It was excellent, time well spent. I know that we ran over our time. Probably could have spent double the amount we had together, but it was really good. And I know our board members shared a lot of positive reactions from that time. I want to start by framing this conversation because essentially we are here, like many others, to ask for money, or to be considered in your budget. That's kind of the bottom line, right? We're first in a long line of individuals and groups are going to be coming to you with outstretched hands, seeking support. But I want you to know that over the past 2.5 years, we have been working very, very hard to help ourselves first. There's a phrase that I once heard that I really like a lot. If you're looking for a helping hand, look no further than the end of your own shirt sleeve. Okay, I like that. So we're trying to do that. We certainly are. With the leadership and expertise of Ms. Hines, we've been working with all of our departmental budgets on what we call zero-based budgeting. That means instead of just rolling over what we had the year before, we're starting at zero and building them up based on the absolute most critical needs and the most effective use of those funds as well. I've also said that before we have to cut any positions down here where the students are, we're going to take those cuts at the central office first. So in the past 2.5 years, we've cut 12 positions through central services. 12 positions. That includes one at the senior staff level. That includes several at the director level, and then many more throughout the whole sort of vertical layers of our central services. Now, and this doesn't just refer to 101 Delacroix Street. A lot of people think about the central office as that place where our offices are, but central services is much broader. It includes maintenance, transportation, all of our other departments that serve students across the entire district. So we've tried really hard to make sure that before they feel it at the school level, we're going to look within, up at central office first. Also, this was shared at the joint meeting. We're very proud to follow our recent consolidation efforts, the closure of Wilton, on top of all the secondary closures and all of the previous work. We're looking at total cost avoidance and savings of nearly $30 million. Now, you all received details about those figures. That's actually a hyperlink in case you want to click onto that document and see how it's all broken down. But I mean, that operational efficiency is really important. It's enabled us to avoid what I would call crisis level situations. If we had not done that, we would probably be financially insolvent as a school district right now, today. And I'm not trying to exaggerate or, blow smoke. I really, truly feel if our board had not taken the difficult decisions that they've made, we would be facing a serious situation right now. And the only people that could be bailing us out of that would be you. So I'm very proud that they've done that because we've avoided dire straits, let's put it that way. So we truly are trying to help ourselves. With that being said, there are some needs because, as you all know, costs continue to rise. Salaries go up. As you mentioned, your internal study at the county level. The salary schedules for most of our staff are set by the state, so we don't really have a choice. We don't have an input on that. The cost of healthcare is rising. The cost of retirement is increasing. So, all those pressures. Our utility bills are going up. The same things that you all face. And our student need is still there. And I'm really proud of the tremendous progress we've made. As I said earlier, last school year, As a school district, we exceeded growth in math and reading across all grades. It's a tremendous accomplishment. Our proficiencies are going up. The number of schools with a letter grade of C or higher are increasing. Our number of low-performing schools went from 9 down to 4. So we're making tremendous progress. But we gotta focus forward. We gotta look ahead. So these are the things, these 5 things right here are what our Board of Education and the administration have deemed our top priorities. Number 1, we would like the funding so that we can just continue with what we've got. And Ms. Hines will share a little bit more about that. But this covers the baseline costs for our local positions through inflation, through the increased cost of healthcare and retirement. We just want those continued. We would like for you to help us maintain the excellent levels of safety we have in our school building, all of our campuses, through keeping our SRO funding at level. Keep it the way it is. We would very much like for you also, number 3, to maintain the commitments, the generous commitments you've made with our capital funding. And as you know, we're working on structuring a loan that'll be serviced through our capital funds in the amount of $15 million. And that's sort of a separate effort that we're working on. But we can only do that if these funding levels are maintained. So the first 3 are keep those things level, please. They're very, very critical. Now, 4 and 5 are new. These are 2 things that we're asking for your assistance. These are really increases. And the first is to help our Board of Education fund the commitment for the Leader in Me program. This is something that, a program that was at Wilton Elementary School, was very successful. We've heard from our public that this is a priority, and we would like to implement this in the coming school year at one of our southern elementary schools. Right now, I'm looking at Tar River as the possible site for that, but we have yet to make any firm commitments because there's a significant cost. Unfortunately, we can't take the program at Wilton and just plop it over at another elementary school. Franklin Covey, the institute or organization that provides this training, requires us to start over. Okay, it's a brand new school. There's a lot of individuals at the new school that have never received this training, and so it requires a full restart. We've worked with them to get some cost estimates, and Ms. Hines will share that with you, but it's significant to restart it over the next couple of years. So we're asking for help with that. And then lastly, because we've had such great academic improvements, we want to continue that, and we're asking that you help us backstop our district instructional coaches. And right now we have about 5 of these individuals, and these are some of the best of the best. These are our teachers who have performed at very high levels and have proven themselves to be very effective at helping their colleagues. And these individuals work as coaches, and they also provide help with our new teachers on how to use the standard course of study, how to plan lessons, how to prepare children for these exams. And we very, very much would like to keep these positions. And unfortunately, they are not funded at the state or with federal dollars. So we're asking for some additional funds to protect those positions. Okay, and again, this time we'll get into some dollar amounts, but these are the things that we have determined are our priorities. And you'll notice that they align very closely with our strategic plan. So we're not just pulling these out of thin air. These are in lockstep with what we have established to be the things that matter most in our schools. So, Ms. Hines, I'll turn it over to you and let you get a little bit more into the details. All right.
Dr. Winborn, can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Why are you having to restart the program that you just spoke about?
The Leader in Me program?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's a great question. So The Leader in Me is a program that's run by an organization by a gentleman named Franklin Covey. And he wrote a famous book that all started, The 7 Habits of Effective Leaders, I believe it was. And so he's created this big franchise. And in order for a school to have this program, you have to pay fees. And then you have to hire them to train your staff so that they can have that program.
And without that program, does that put you at a disadvantage with funding?
Right, so very good question. So those of you that are not familiar, this program has been in place at Wilton since I think, I want to say 7 years, 5 to 7 years, something like that. I couldn't get you that information, but implementing the program requires intensive training over a period of 3 years. And you have to pay for it. It's very expensive.
New teacher?
The Wilton, if I understand
Yes,
correctly,
sir.
you have, that would include the teachers at Tar River that were not at Wilton.
Correct.
Okay.
Some of the teachers at Wilton may end up at Tar River and could help
Okay.
with that process, but we can't simply just pick it up and drop it at another school.
Thank
Yeah. And again, this is, a lot of educational programs like this, they require an investment. And it's not small. So good question. Anything else before the signs?
Good afternoon, everybody. But before we delve deeper into those specific details, I really just want to start with a quick background of where our budget is right now. On the chart on the left, that's our full budget for the district. You can see that we are just under $98 million in our budget. If you remember correctly, we've been looking at over $100 million for years now, and that's because we were still receiving those ESSER dollars, that COVID money. That's all gone now. So we are back to our normal funding. You can see that our state funds cover about more than half of our overall budget. Obviously, you guys are our local current expense, and we appreciate that. Just under a quarter of our overall budget. Those other restricted, those are our smaller grants that we have, capital outlay, child nutrition, and community schools. You can see it. The over here on the right is our county appropriations. This is specifically the funding we receive from you all. I just wanted to point out there, our local current expense, you notice, is different from the current expense that you guys allocate. And that's because there are other funds. That's our fund balance appropriated. That's why it's a little higher in our budget. Fund balance appropriated, interest, things like that we receive. And the same with capital outlay. You all appropriated $3.25 million, and you can see that we had some fund balance. That includes some of the other funds we get from the state for different projects. So it includes more than just your appropriation. And again, feel free to stop me at any time. This is our total budget resolution. You can see that we are a people-oriented organization. 68% of our overall budget is allocated to salaries and benefits. So it's a large portion of our overall budget. Next, we have our operating funds. That's 21% of the budget. Capital assets, 5%. Transfers and others, 6%. That includes specifically our charter school transfers. Remember that we have to take a per pupil allocation of our local funding that we receive from you all and transfer that to our charter schools who have Granville County students in attendance. I like to look at the budget this way. It really breaks down how we're using the funds, the purpose of the funds that we're using. This top section, what we call the 5,000 series, that's when we talk about that's direct student, right? That is school-based instructional services. as you would expect, that's where the vast majority of our funding goes, to direct school-based instructional services, 65% of our budget. The next area, which is the 6,000 series, that's district support services. And a lot of folks would translate that into, well, that's central office. It's not central office. If you notice that long line right there in the middle, that 6,500 operational support, that's maintenance, that's transportation, that's our bus drivers, our maintenance on the buses. So that's a lot, obviously, of direct support to the schools.
Your
as well.
TAs in that category?
No, they would be up in the instructional support. That's great.
Your support staff though?
They are support staff, but
No,
they are
other
instructional.
support staff.
Yes, exactly, maintenance, transportation.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No, you're good.
So,
You're good.
so you saying that that's bus drivers, maintenance, custodians.
Custodians, fuel, a lot of our utilities are in there,
Okay.
and that's why that's such a large,
Keeping the doors open.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Supporting the operations of the district. Great questions. The next small area is very specifically focused on after school and our child nutrition programs. These are what those business related programs that we have. And then of course that 8,000 series, again, transfers to charter schools, child nutrition, and indirect costs that come from our federal programs. But again, 65% obviously of our budget is focused on those instructional services. I know there's always questions about fund balance, so I do want to share with you our fund balance information. We talked about it last week, but I did not have this slide for you. At the end of our last school year, the 24-25, per the audit, we had a $4.6 million fund balance. And again, I always kind of breathe a sigh of relief when I hear that, because if you remember correctly, we had budgeted to use 4.1 million in fund balance, but we used just over 1 million of that instead. So I am very pleased with where we stand right now with fund balance comparatively. We have 3 areas per the audit that are coming off of our fund balance to make our unassigned balance. That's stabilization by state statute. That's deferred revenue. We haven't received revenue yet, so we couldn't count it in our fund balance, but it's there. We also know that consolidation, the remaining cost for consolidation last summer was assigned in this for the use of fund balance. And then of course we had the emergent move for the Mary Potter complex, and we assigned some fund balance for that as well. So we should have unassigned fund balance at the end of the year of just under 4.1 million. And that is about 5.5% of our operating funds. And that small chart over to the left just kind of shares what that operating balance is. Here, we're just including state and local. Truly feel more comfortable including federal, but we are just including state and local funding in that calculation. So our goal is to get closer to 6 million for fund balance. But again, we are at 4.1. And so our goal, yes, sir.
I'm not cutting you off.
You're fine.
What is a comfortable fund balance for outside?
8%. That's best practice. There's no official, we've had a lot of conversation about this. There is no official word for school districts. However, our auditors like to see us around 8%. And that 8% is about $6 million for our current operating funds. Of course, that changes every year.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Our goal is, as you can see, we are only using fund balance for emergent issues or one-time costs. That is the goal. That's how fund balance is supposed to be used. And then that is our priority to make sure that happens. I do want to point out, because there's a part of me that says, well, you balance without using anything in fund balance. what's the problem with your budget, right? I'm sure it's hanging around in that mind. However, if you remember correctly, we saw a significant decrease in our enrollment this past year. So we know that we have to decrease a lot. What is not reflected in here as well, because we also knew that we needed to consolidate even before preparing for this budget. But if I believe I shared with you last week, we talked about those low wealth funds before, right? That's a special pot of money that we get from the state. Well, this past year, because of statewide revaluation of property, we saw a significant increase in our low wealth money, $1.7 million increase. So that helped us quite a bit make it through this year until we could do some additional consolidation. That's the only reason we didn't have to touch our fund balance this year. And I think it's an important point to me. Because even with the consolidation, we're still looking at cutting. I have tasked our board with looking at some of that, and we're having a lot of internal discussions about what we need to cut for the upcoming budget year, just to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our district. Just wanted to share with you guys an updated look at where we are, and this is, note, that's Granville County students. These are all students that we know about in Granville County who are enrolled in either Granville County Public Schools or within charter schools, okay? And I typically give just a couple of years of history here, but I decided this year students who are in private schools outside of Granville County. So it's a little sticking point for us because we want data, but we cannot get that data. So as we land into this year, in 25-26, 72% of the Granville County students that we know of are in Granville County Public Schools, 28% in charter schools.
To me, this is an extremely powerful graphic, illustrating a lot of different points. Number one, as Ms. Hines has said, the decline in school-age children. We dropped from 24, 25, 25, 26. We lost 400 students. That's like losing a school's worth of children. But only 65 of those went to charters. But again, we don't have other colors to add here because we don't know anything about private school voucher for Granville County residents. We're not provided with that data. We can't seem to find it anywhere. The homeschool data is very unreliable. And also, I know many of you asked about the impact of immigration trends. We're not able really to track that either. But again, this is not a point you made. I want to say it again. This is not unique to Granville County. Wake County saw its first decline in enrollment. I believe you were at a state meeting. Kindergarten and first grade enrollments across the state are down. So despite the fact that there's a lot of growth coming to our county, it's not translating into more children.
Yeah.
So to piggyback on that, we're doing the Northern Falls Lake area study. So you got 10 years of data, that's 20 years of data. And over that 20 years, 13,000 new residents came to what we consider in that study area Southern Granville, which is 158 south. The US 1 to whatever, so 13,000 new residents. So in that 20-year period, think about what our, from 87 to 97, whatever we are now. So the growth is coming, it's coming.
Not school-age
The
children.
numbers don't work.
School-age children.
Just as a reminder, you've seen this chart before. And it's a simple chart, but I think it's a critical point when we consider charter schools. And if you remember correctly, 28% of the Granville County students are in charter schools. So what that means is the way local funding works is that if Granville County Schools needs $1, we have to ask for 39% more, because that amount is gonna go to the charter schools. So if the county gives us $1.39, we take 72% of it, and that makes $1. That's what our need is, right? So every time we talk about what the Granville County Schools request is, there's always gonna be that charter school portion. Okay.
Ms. Hines, does that transfer, please excuse my ignorance, does that transfer to private schools as well?
No, it does not,
Okay.
or nor homeschool.
That's my next question. Homeschools
Correct.
do not receive those as well?
Correct, only charter schools.
Okay, thank you.
It's interesting, we have had, there are private schools who are starting to look into the charter school route. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Correct, thank you for that. This is operational, this is the current expense funding. The capital funding currently does not transfer over to the charter schools. So just to be clear on that, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Now, before I go into the next, Dr. Winborn kind of gave you a little sneak peek of those asks. This is kind of the first glimpse at what our budget proposal is going to look like, okay? But I want to be very clear that this is a draft, because our board has not approved this yet. They're aware of it. We've had lots of conversations about it, but this is not officially approved yet, okay? But this is where our minds are right now. And we're gonna go in the same order that Dr. Winborn mentioned before. Priority one is continuation funds. We talked about that a lot. Obviously, this is just the continued cost of doing business. This is increase in salaries and benefits. It's increases, inflationary increases. However, you might notice that amount there is a lot lower than it's been in previous years. And that's because this amount is net the decreases that we know we're gonna have. We're cutting positions. We know this. So we have already moved that out. We have, with the closure of Wilton, we've reduced that footprint for utilities. So all of that is netted in here as well. And what the Granville County Schools portion of me is only 100, I say only, I'm not gonna say only, it's 164,000. With the charter school increase, that total request is just under 228,000. And that is lower than it's been in previous years. And that again speaks to our attempts to really decrease those costs. The second priority is, as Dr. Winborn mentioned before, is just continue to support for school resource officers. Honestly, we're just blown away by the level of support that we've received from the sheriff's office, from the county, from all the municipalities. It has been fantastic. Phenomenal, absolutely. I do want to point out that in 24-25, if you remember, we have a 2-year SRO grant that we get from the Center for Safer Schools. We're in the second year this year. Last year, and part of our conversation earlier is that any of those additional funds that we have from the grant will be directed to the county to cover costs, as much as possible for the SROs. We were able to direct 136,000 of that grant towards the SRO costs last year. And we're expecting about the same for this current year. The 2-year grant is up for renewal this year, and we're going to ask for the maximum amount. I'm excited because one of the reasons we haven't gotten full funding before is because we didn't have the MOUs in place. We didn't have a good existing program. And now we do, and I believe that might put us in a better place for that funding. So I'm excited about that possibility. And we're just incredibly grateful for all that you all have done to make that happen. We also, priority 3 is maintaining the facilities and capital outlay. All we ask is let's just keep on keeping on with the funding level, recognizing that we absolutely expect that amount to be reduced by the financing amount of the loan, and that's understandable.
So
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear about this. So because I was questioned the other day about this, so because I don't think, I want to make sure people understand that the loan and how it helps. Because with the loan, you're getting deferment done immediately.
Exactly.
It does reduce your overall capital to around $1.7 million. And so, but as that debt comes down, it increases back up. Nor does it prevent down the road, depending on the financial basis of everybody involved, a reevaluation of that year to year. So, but I want just, if you could just again explain the benefit of now versus later.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you notice, our current funding, and this was the first year of that funding, was $3,250,000. And if we go back and think about just one of the roofs in that financing plan, $5 to $6 million for one roof, just one roof. And that capital outlay funding that we receive every year has to cover other expenses as well, not just one project, and it doesn't even cover one of those projects. So that upfront funding allows us to knock out larger projects. And what I did like about the funding that we're looking at is that net amount, you mentioned it being reduced and it would grow over time. It takes us back to, I believe it was 22-23, the funding levels from the 22-23 school year that had already started increasing. So, it's tough. It's going to be tough no matter what. There's never enough money in capital. However,
you're taking care of a large portion.
Exactly.
So of the deferment, excuse me, of Dr. Winborn, Ms. Hines, at one point it was a $60 million deferment we discussed with the consolidations, and where's that figure at now?
I just happened to have asked for that information on Friday, and it's still burned in my brain. It's still $45 million.
Okay, but then 15 of that's going to come off with the loan.
Exactly.
So now we're at 30.
Exactly.
And we're at funding levels that we were, even though not perfect, not even at $2.5 million. You're having it done at present rather than spacing out over years.
Right.
And then it will equalize.
Right. And what was happening with a lot of those roofing projects, instead of doing a full roof that needed to be done, they were doing small patches here and there, just again, patching it, which did not fix the issue. Yes, thank you. Priority 4, this begins with the expansion ideas that our board is supporting right now. The first is the Leader in Me, and Dr. Winborn has already shared a lot about this. Here it is, 2014-15, when Wilton Elementary, 10 years exactly, time flies. Wilton Elementary, that's when they implemented the Leader in Me program. And again, it has to start from the beginning in order to start again. And again, it is a 3 to 4 year process. So this is actually a one-time request because we just need to start the program and the funding to do that. Again, it's a 3-year process. The total fees for that 3-year process, once you start it, you're kind of obligated to do the whole thing, is $100,000 for that specific program. And then with the charter school program, that total request is $139,000. And realistically, and I'm sure that question is swirling around in your head, 139,000, don't you have enough money to make that work in your budget? If you remember correctly, I mentioned we're really trying to cut the budget a lot. We are cutting things left and right. But this is a new thing that's come up because of our consolidation. It's something that we've kind of created, this environment that we've created, so we would like to really make an effort to.
Ms. Hines,
Yes, sir.
just make sure I'm clear, that's 100,000 will be a continual per year for 3 years? Or is that 100,000
One time.
Okay, so that will take care of the 3-year program?
Correct. Once we start it,
Okay.
we are obligated to finish that 3-year program.
So the program will cost $139,000 for 3 years.
Yes, that's the minimum cost, and that's what we're asking for. Other costs of implementing the program would just be normal programmatic expenses that we would take on. Yes, so it's a one-time cost that covers the entire 3 years of the implementation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, we have that instructional coaching support, and this is a recurring request. We've talked about instructional coaching quite a lot, and these are positions. This program we took on as an initiative with the ESSER dollars that we had, those COVID funds. And that was a way to, as the kids were coming back, to really support the teachers and support those students in getting the information that they needed, the learning that they needed. What we have discovered, and while ESSER dollars were gone, this was still a priority in our budget. And we did not ask for this last year. Because we saw it as a priority in our budget, we were going to continue this expense. As we're seeing decreases, overall, we still see this as an incredible opportunity for our students and our teachers. And it's a high impact, very high impact initiative that we have. The Granville County Schools cost of that is about $500,000. With the charter school portion, that total request would be $695,000.
And again, that's going to be, that will be ongoing. In other words, that's per year.
That is recurring. That is every year.
Yeah. Well,
So you're asking,
Commissioner Mason.
yeah,
So I don't want to get in the weeds too deep, but tell me a little bit about how this coaching works.
Absolutely, happy to. So these individuals are recruited from our pool of teachers. Okay, so we've identified teachers that have demonstrated over a long period of time great results. They get a lot out of their kids. But in addition to being great teachers, they also have to have a little something extra. They have to be a mentor or a coach, like you think of an athletic coach, someone that can form bonds and build trust with their colleagues. Because what these people are doing is they're going into the classrooms during the school day and they're working with the teachers, our new teachers, so that they can become better, more effective. There's a lot to becoming to teaching. First of all, you have the standard course of study. This is what children should know and be able to do. The teachers have to identify that and then teach it in sequence using our curriculum. But then there's the how you teach, right? How do you manage the classroom? How do you engage the kids in lessons that they like? How do you can't just bore them to death, standing at the chalkboard all day, right? Writing problems. So these instructional coaches are critical to making the rest of our teachers better.
So are these coaches within the Granville County School teachers, or are they coming in from the outside?
No, they're our employees.
Okay.
100%.
New teachers, you're saying first 1, 2, 3 year teachers?
So yeah, if you look at the whole cross section of all of our teachers right now, over half of them could be considered beginning teachers. or international teachers, or teachers that are new to the profession or new to us. So we have this huge need for supporting them. There was a time when students would go off to college and get a degree in education, and then they would do their internships or their lab teaching, and then they would come to us already ready to be a teacher. That's rarely the case anymore. Most of the people that we're hiring new to education do not have an education degree. They usually have a degree in that field that they're going to teach in. And then we have to teach them how to be a teacher. So it's really changed. That pipeline of teachers has dried up.
So these funds have been being paid by COVID funds, if that's the right terminology for,
And then by us.
okay. And this program has been going on for how long? I apologize.
4 years. Yes, Ms. LeBrecq.
If I may, just to kind of like put this into a little bit more of a business term.
Excuse me, can you come on so and speak in the mic?
I didn't mean to.
Hey, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one of the things on the finance committee, when we were discussing and going through a lot of the budgetary things and what we wanted to continue and what we did not want to cut and all that kind of stuff, this is something that we actually identified as being the number one thing that was really raising our proficiency rates and helping us to meet and exceed growth within each of our schools. And we felt that it was the most impactful and thus the most important to bring to you guys.
So this is data driven. You can go back and say this has been, you're tracking this information and you have, after they do it, they reply back and it's been a positive, sir?
We have evidence.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes, sir. And again, these are our employees.
Okay.
They were, but almost all of them were teachers in our school district. And they spend 95% of their time in schools, in classrooms every day.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner May, go ahead.
I'm good. I mean, it sounds,
your thoughts?
my question was gonna be is that how essential is this to the continued academic growth?
Absolute priority.
How many are there?
Currently, we have 5 positions,
And what grades do they mostly work in? What grades?
all grades. We have them divided by content areas. We have some in math, 2 in math, 2 in reading. We currently have them split primary and secondary, and then we have one for science, for all of science, K-12.
So, this funds that you're requesting are to pay teachers that are already on the payroll. This is extra pay for them to do this, supplemental pay of some kind?
Thank you. Let me clarify. They are not employed as teachers. They are employed, they came from our teacher pool, our teacher population, but they have been pulled out of the classroom, and this is a different position. So they are employed as an instructional coach. So this is not additional funding. They're not in a classroom. They are in classrooms to support other teachers, but they are not responsible.
So they started with Granville County Public Schools in some capacity, and then you trained them up because they were the best of the best, and they rolled into this so they could get the grades to come up, but their positions were backfilled with other personnel.
Yes.
Okay.
Great question. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that
Yes.
for Commissioner Griffin and myself.
For both this program or request and for the Leader in Me, I believe that they work. I believe that I'm interested that you say you have evidence, but I'm curious kind of what kinds of things would be the evidence that you've seen that both of those programs are very impactful.
Sure. Well, so they keep detailed logs of the time that they spend with all of the individual classroom teachers. So they have schedules, and then we track the progress of the student outcomes of the children in those teachers' classrooms. And we've been able to see, the results, not just from the state tests, but also from all the other assessments that we use throughout the school year to sort of track their progress. Now, I'm talking about 5 positions here. If I had my way, I would quadruple this number. And many other districts that are very well off will have 2 or 3 of these assigned to each school. So keep in mind, this is 5 individuals for 14 schools next year. So they are spread very, very thin. So they don't get to work with every single teacher. We sort of triage it. And they have a long waiting list of teachers that they support.
Do any of these superstars, I mean that as a compliment, do they work with EC children
Absolutely.
as part of the IEP?
Yes.
So that would consume some time as well, right? It's already.
They work with the teachers to help them better serve the students.
Okay, got it.
In addition, our EC department does have a coach of their own. Mr. Perry's nodding his head back there, but that is funded through state and federal dollars, so that's covered. Is it one, Mr. Perry, we have? Just one.
For the whole county?
For our EC teachers. It's like an EC teacher coach.
How many EC kids do we have in the county?
17% maybe?
What was that number? I'm sorry.
17% of our total population.
Wow. Wow.
Are children with disabilities. So, to be clear, I'll say this again.
No, I want to build on something here.
Please.
So, and how much are you funded from the state for EC children? About 13%?
For 13% of our population, that's where it's capped.
Right.
Right. Yes.
So anything, you have 17% of the population, which means, or your student body, which means you have,
Yeah.
you have a 4% at minimal.
Correct.
Because we all know that we have children that have problems in that area that the parents may not send them for testing or other things like that. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to members of our board and members of the Board of Ed. I just want to take a moment just to make a few comments about the 5 priorities that our school leadership presented, and I realize they want to talk more with their board. But I wanted to share just a word. Commissioner May and I had the chance to sit in on meetings late on, and we saw things developing. And I remember when I first heard about the zero-based budget, and I was saying, oh my, that's gonna cause some people to really be uncomfortable. But I wanted to mention how you've done it. I mean, that's not a very easy thing to do. I've seen you try it in other areas, and it's not that easy when you just say to the person, you're starting from scratch. So I commend you on that. The 5 priorities that you mentioned in terms of us maintaining our level of funding, in my mind, that's the only way you're going to be able to make it and to be able to excel. We can't get into a season of paying funding for our schools. I also want to say I commend you on making school safety the #1 priority. And our society now, we have a lot of things going on, and our kids come from our communities, and I'm very happy about that. Sheriff Alvin, I was at the school today, and I took some time to observe the SRO, and was very impressed with what he was doing, his observance, his positioning, and watching things. So I'm very happy about that. The other thing I wanted to mention, the third one, maintain facilities. I must say that I sit on this board now with a lot of feeling somewhat feelings of concern about maybe years past and what in terms of what we were able to do to support our schools and keep them building stuff. And I know that with the schools that we're going to keep our kids in, we're going to need to continue to do a lot to keep those schools safe and functioning well. And I think this gives us a commitment to doing that. So I'm very happy to see the focus on continuing to maintain our facilities. The Leader in Me program, I guess, is about, Mr. Perry,
go back to a business I did back when I was in Southland School. You may go back down 36 years, maybe 16, 17 years. And ever since that time, there is not a site where I know of that program being where the parents and children were not extremely excited about it, including staff. So I'm very happy that there is a commitment. I know that I hear a lot from the community about the program. I know that when I've been to leadership days there, there's something special about the culture. And so I'm very happy about that and show support. And I will say this about the instructional coaches. The paradigm of teachers, when I was hiring teachers 20 years ago, they came with another level of preparation. They pretty much had been through a 4-year program. They were almost ready. We just had to introduce them to our community and get them the materials that they need. And over time, we're having more teachers coming, but we're having to develop. We're really having to create that talent base in our staff. And the instructional coach has to be one of the best friends of a principal, but also a great asset to those teachers who they work with. So, in keeping with what we did, there was another staff year, okay, to put $4 million in our budget and on this thing, it means someone has really looked after things, taken care of the house, been very careful to watch the budget, to guard against unnecessary spending. And so, from where I sit, I don't want to discourage, and at the same time, get high student performance. And at the same time, I heard you say the other day, get a reduction in serious referrals in our schools. So when I take all of that, put that together, I'm going to say today that I think the school leadership has earned the opportunity for us to invest in them at a high level so they can continue the upward trend of accomplishments. And so I just want to say I appreciate the explanation today, and surely I want to be in a position to support what you need to continue to work for all of our schools and help our students. Thank you so much.
So this final slide is simply a summary of all of those different asks. And we recognize that that last one is a big one. We recognize that. When we started looking at all of those areas, those potential areas that we don't really have funding for, that, as Ms. LeBrecq mentioned, this one was, those instructional coaches were the #1 glaring that we have got to maintain these positions. So that, does anybody else have any questions about those requests?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I keep these booklets and I refer back to them. My age is not allowing me to read these very good. I would love in the future to have these printed a little larger. I have those. I already have them.
I second that emotion.
I had to go get mine.
Well, if that's possible, I really do refer back to this and I make notes, and it's hard to see it. So
Yeah, I will.
in the future, if you could maybe, can we do that?
It's me. I'll print them.
Well, then we
large.
need to do it. My apologies.
Certain ones anyway.
I'll make note of that
Well,
in our final
Thank you.
budget.
I'll remind Ms. Todd. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you all for your time. I know you've got a busy 2 days ahead of you, so I really appreciate the consideration.
Thank you for the hard work.
Stanley Masson, thank you. We appreciate, and the school board, thank you. Okay. Next up, Grandma County Health System update. Oh, there you go.
That's 1 cent, commissioners.
Once-
That's 1 cent.
What's that? Oh, right there.
Yeah, just so you know,
Keep that
you
in.
should be tallying up as we go.
Okay, that's
Good
1
point.
cent.
They all need it,
Good point.
Okay,
but
1 cent.
just keep that in mind as you go through your discussion.
Okay,
That's
1
just my
cent.
Good
suggestion.
point.
So 900,000 versus 1 cent, 834 equals.
Good afternoon.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give me a few minutes to give you an update.
Yes, sir.
I have good news. We're not asking for really much money.
That's good.
Wow.
I got some good news for you. We don't have much.
Yeah.
I say that with, the hospital has worked really hard over the last 8 years or so to make sure that, our revenues outpace our expenses. We're in a different position than a lot of organizations that we generate revenues and bills. We support ourselves that way. The staff have been doing a fantastic job of making sure that they're very good financial stewards, and certainly are grateful for what the county does for us. In our budget request, you'll see this year, it's no change from prior year. It's building insurance, the buildings that the county owns, and then for EMS expenses, so no change there as well. But I did want to provide a little brief update, not too many slides, from the hospital's perspective, and then Jonathan Purnell's here with us. Everybody knows Jonathan. Jonathan is supervises our EMS. He also took on additional responsibilities over the last year or so. Administrative director now at Grandville Health System. He also has the wonderful job of facilities. So Jonathan's got a lot of projects he's juggling right now. He's hired a full-time director over EMS. He'll give us some updates on our EMS program too. But for the health system, I always like to start with our mission: to promote well-being, accelerate healing, and inspire hope. And that's all circled around some pillars here: service, quality, finance, growth, and people. If you don't already know, you may have seen these before, but a couple of bullet point items about the health system. This number has grown. I said the same thing last year, and it's a good thing. Our employee base has grown to, as of today, 733 employees. They're not all full-time. We have 530 FTEs, so full-time equivalents. The good news on that is that that means a lot of the contract labor staff that we and a lot of folks picked up during COVID started to dwindle down. And so we're seeing more full-time staff, more PRN folks for the health system. Hospital generates just over $112 million in net revenues. We have 83 active medical staff and 240 total medical staff. We have 10 practices. Hospital, of course, is 62-bed license. We staff about 42 of those beds at any given time. We have 3 operating suites, a procedure room in our OR as well, and we have a GI endoscopy room in our hospital OR. Well, in our ER, we have a 14-bed ER. We have Brentwood, which is our 80-bed skilled nursing facility on campus, which we house about 70 people at one time, is what the census typically runs. And this year we opened Grandville Health System Endoscopy Center, which is on Lewis Street here in Oxford. And then the EMS service. It's been a busy year, really, of projects coming to completion and projects underway. So in April, we finished construction in our fluoroscopy room. We replaced the equipment, remodeled the room, and then in August, we did the same thing for digital x-ray. These are both brand new pieces of equipment, replacing older equipment. In October, we kicked off a renovation in our imaging department for the rest of our imaging department, a $5.7 million project to completely remodel our MRI, CT, nuclear medicine room area. It's about half of the imaging department. And that project will be complete in April. It's underway. And it's been really a great project. Jonathan and his staff and the rest of the administrative team, really all of our department directors involved in bringing brand new modern equipment to the health system. This is our fluoroscopy equipment, our digital x-ray. This is the wall breaking ceremony we held not too long ago in October. And then they have since completely gutted this space. They poured new floors, and we'll soon have the new equipment brought in. This is Lewis Street. This is on October 6th. Started seeing patients on Lewis Street. We're actually having in March, we'll have a ribbon cutting event, sponsored by the chamber. And why it matters. So endoscopies, we do this in the hospital. We have for a very long time. This offers more access. So we have 2 dedicated endoscopy center rooms for colonoscopies and endoscopies and other procedures. Provides early detection to help save lives. It will grow volume from all around the region. The staff have worked really hard this year to represent the work they do, and they've received a number of awards. I wanted to share it with you. Earlier this past year, they received an award from the Chartist Rural Hospital Performance Group, and that's based on the actual performance of our patients. They received a Lone Institute A grade for social responsibility. They participated in the STAR Partner Program for commitment to antimicrobial stewardship. We also received our Joint Commission 1 and 3 year accreditation this year. And then just a few weeks ago, they were recognized by the Women's Choice Award for top 8% of all hospitals in the United States for outpatient patient scores. I always like to mention some of our employees that were recognized during the year. When I come to speak, we participate in a DAISY Award program for our nurses. So every quarter, patients make recommendations for the nurses they want to recognize. And these were the 4 for the quarter, for the year of last year. Gina, Jessica, Georgina, and Missy. They did a fantastic job. We had a Nurse of the Year as well that's voted on by the fellow nurses at the hospital. It's Tamara Wells. We had 2 leaders as our Spotlight program, it's our Employee of the Year program, Thomas Stevenson and Reagan Christensen. A couple other updates. We did get a promotion into our leadership. Susan Solomon was promoted to Chief Ambulatory Officer. Susan's been with us for about 2 years now. Kelly Harmon was promoted to Chief Nursing Officer. And Renita Timberlake transitioned over to be a Director of Volunteer Services Program over all of our volunteers, including our chaplain program. This is just about our workforce. We spend a lot of time dedicated to our workforce. So engaging with our staff, holding events, meeting with them on a quarterly basis. We have, as I mentioned before, a little over 700 employees. We spend about $45 million in salary expenses. Those include benefits. Our average hourly rate right now for just our GHS employees, not including physicians, is $32.64. So it's a great place to work. It has a great wage. Our lowest wage at the hospital is $14 an hour. That's before any shift diffs. And our staff are recruiting constantly. So they're recruiting in Granville County or surrounding counties. They're going to schools all across the region to find staff to come take care of our patients in Granville County. Our foundation is very active. Again, they started, I guess their first gala in a number of years last year. They raised over $100,000 in 2024. In 2025, they came really close to the exact same dollar amount in the 90s of thousands. I think about $98,000 in net. And they're funding things all across the health system. So we're very thankful for that. You may see us at every community event. That is the goal, for someone to be present at all of the events. And that's because we think that our presence is important. We think that us being involved in the community is important. I think hearing about our services from our staff goes a lot further than just seeing a post on social media, although we do that as well. If you want to like and share. Our staff are dedicated. They volunteer at a lot of these programs too. So if you see someone at a tent, oftentimes they're not being paid. They're there because they care and they want to talk about their experience working in the Granville Health System. This upcoming year is finalizing a lot of things and also continuing the work that we're doing now and planning for the future. We'll be finalizing our imaging modernization project, as I mentioned, looking to grow our endoscopy center, continuing to elevate our quality rankings. This year we saw increases in both of our quality rankings and ratings this year, and then our workforce pipeline. We're seeing shortages in almost every type of clinical department you can imagine. So if you look at our website and you go to job postings, you will see there are hundreds of jobs available. And we need those jobs. The more jobs we have, the more positions we fill, the more patients we can take care of, the busier the health system will be, and the more services we'll be able to provide. This coming up, we are steadily preparing for the Medicaid cuts that we talked about last year. We talk about it almost on a daily basis at the hospital. We are tightening the focus of what the health system does. So I started off the conversation saying I'm not asking for any money, because we put a strong focus on fiscal responsibility, making sure that our expenses are in line with our revenues. We have saved a lot of money over the last few years from the Medicaid program. The Medicaid program has been very good. Expansion of Medicaid has been very good for the health system. But the threat of losing Medicaid expansion and increasing self-pay patients for the hospital is challenging. And so instead of spending all the money that we've gotten over the last few years, we have saved those dollars and invested those dollars to earn interest on those, so to help us bridge the gap in hopes that there is a plan for the future for healthcare expenses for our patients. But we're not waiting till we know what the dollar amount is. We know how much we need to save before the Medicaid cuts come. We're working every day to get there. And so what we're doing is we're going department by department, working on cost savings initiatives. So outside of cost savings, we're also working on growing outpatient volumes. You may know this, you may not, but hopefully most of the care you get or receive is in the outpatient setting. And that's the cheapest place to receive care. It's more expensive for yourself, for insurance companies, to pay for it on the inpatient setting. And so we are expanding our outpatient setting, making available more providers, more services. And so you'll see more of that, like you saw in Ambulatory Surgery Center. You're seeing more imaging available from us later this year. Hopefully you'll see more services available later this year as well. All right. Happy to answer questions. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The Harold Sherman
Yes.
daycare, that never got mentioned. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
So Harold Sherman, we did a facelift on Harold Sherman.
And I want to thank you for that, because I go out there to see a friend, unfortunately, but I've noticed a lot of improvements have been made. I do appreciate it.
We're not done yet.
Good.
We're trying to do, so Harold Sherman is, if you don't know, Harold Sherman is an adult day center. It sits right beside Brentwood to the left. I wasn't here when it was started, but many years ago, a lot of the funds were donated by Harold Sherman, and he carries his name. And I believe they purchased, it's a mobile building that was brought in. It's open on the inside, and adults come there during the day, and people need respite. And we have staff there. We have nursing staff, we have CNA staff, we have administrative staff to take care of patients. Our dietary folks prepare food and bring it over. A lot of it's grant funded. And the building had started to age. I bet the building's probably, I'd say, at least 30, 40 years old. And so we did a facelift on the outside, it's work on the inside. We're also trying to put up some covered walk areas so that people can get out of their cars and go all the way into the building covered. So that'll happen later this year.
Thank you for that too, because that's needed.
Yes.
With the weather we've had, a lot of those aren't able to make that walk with ice and snow.
About 19 people in there every day.
Yep. And your staff is excellent. My dealings with them have been great.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I have a friend that needs your services, and I hate it.
If you know anybody who needs it, we have more room. We have room for, I think, about 7 more patients every day. And they will find funding. So you call and they try to find funding for everybody. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say, I thank you for the uplift of Harold Sherman, and I went out to Brentwood. Everything that y'all have done at Brentwood is nice, and everything. I went all around the whole complex, and I just like to say, the parking lot, it was dark. I don't know why the lights was around the parking lot that you come out of Brentwood, but the whole thing was dark. I just wanted to let you know and mention it to you.
I'll take a look at it.
So, you touch on behavioral health real quick, the changing dynamic going on there.
Yeah. So we made a decision, I think it's probably October now, 1st of November. A lot of different factors. And most of them I can't really talk about, but a lot of different factors made it pretty obvious to us that it was going to be very challenging to maintain a stable operation, short-term and long-term, of the behavioral health practice. It took a lot of time. It was a very difficult decision, but we did decide we needed to close the behavioral health practice. So that practice is 2 psychiatrists. I think over 2 years, The total patient populations, around 680 people. And so we have identified, certainly there's other resources in the community for those folks. Really trying to make the best decision for the patients, to do it in an organized fashion so that everyone, to find out the information, have plenty of time to find new care, do it in the most responsible manner we could.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Adam, I just want to say, I'm really proud of the work the hospital has done. The facilities, the way the hospital looks, and if you've never been to one of those employee appreciation luncheons out there, you can see how much those employees appreciate the staff in that hospital. It is a genuine group of families, and I just appreciate what Adam and his staff does to cultivate that environment. That's terrific. Thinking on behavioral health a little bit, when you have somebody come into the ER that has to be involuntary committed, how are you handling those situations?
It's, that's a really challenging situation. If you've ever experienced it or been around it, our staff, they see it every day, unfortunately, or most days. They work with the physicians. So almost about a year ago now, maybe 8 months ago now, we partnered with East Carolina, some NC STEPS program, where they have psychiatrists, telepsychiatrists that they can call, our ER doctors can call during the day. Before that, we had access to social workers, but now they have access to psychiatrists. So what they do is they bring the patient in and they'll call the psychiatrist and get advice on how to handle the patients, and then get placement for them. It's been really helpful in getting placement for IBC patients.
But for security basis, how are you doing that to protect the other patient?
So from a security standpoint, there's a couple of different ways. We have security guards.
Okay.
We'll have sitters. A lot of times the sheriff sends his staff for many times, depending on how aggressive the patients are.
Okay.
But it's really it depends on the nature of the patient. A lot of times, this week we've got a number of them there, and they're just hanging out, waiting for the next place to go. It just depends on the nature of it.
So, go ahead.
Get yours in. I got a good one.
So if we have a patient to come in, you have a place to send them.
So what we do is we call every facility that we think the patient's eligible for. And so we send big packets of paper that gets faxed or get email with all the information about the patient that the doctor may require at that facility. And then those patients either get accepted or declined. So they may send that patient to 3 or 4 different facilities, their paperwork for those facilities, hoping that one of them accepts them. And the ones that are easy to place, they leave real quick. And the ones that are the sickest of them, the ones who are really sick, that they end up staying with for a long time.
So what happens if they don't, they decline them, and what happened to that patient?
They'll stay with us until they go to a state facility. And then the state is pretty honest about when that'll be, so they'll tell you, we think the space is going to open up in so many weeks. And we just keep calling and asking.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Has there been any thought with the growing population in the southern end of the county, and it's an aging population as well? Any thought about the assisted living facility in the southern end of the county?
We've talked about it maybe a couple of times over the last few years, but we haven't gotten much further than the initial conversation.
I'd just like to, maybe a survey or something to see. We have a lot of folks that are going to Durham and other places now. I actually think it would be something that would be, actually could pay itself.
Yeah.
And, right place, right location, and just, appreciate if you guys would just give that a little more discussion as we all age. Most people don't want to go to a facility outside the county. The facility right now, I think, is in Oxford, Brentwood, if I'm correct. And so just provide them a little something closer to their homes, if possible. As long as it doesn't, as you said at Brentwood, how many beds do you have there?
80 beds,
Yeah, and most of the time, are they filled or close to being filled?
between 65 and 70, so
Yeah.
we'll usually have maybe 10 beds open.
Right. So just be interested to see your demographics on who uses that, what part of the county they're from that use it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, I ask one more question. Sir?
Who yield to you?
Okay. Is the behavioral, the reason for the closure there a cost issue? What's the reason for closing the behavioral part?
Not much I can say.
Okay,
Yeah, I think some of that's competitive healthcare information and personnel related, so.
okay, fair enough.
There's a lot of that.
Okay, thank you.
Wanted to say a couple of things, and I mentioned part of this at a recent board meeting, but it didn't take me very long after I became county manager here to really start to get the sense that this hospital was just an incredibly important part of this community. And I didn't really know why exactly, right? And unfortunately for me, I have young kids. They have to go to the hospital periodically. And a year and a half ago, I had to get some kind of quasi-emergency surgery. And so I had my own experience at Granville Medical Center. And having been in and out of the Duke system a lot, visiting friends, for some of my own issues, and now been a patient on a number of occasions at the medical center here, I can see why people value it, and I can see why people would still choose this institution over a Duke. I mean, you can go there, you're a tiny cog in a gigantic system. You can walk for a mile once you get out of your car to get to wherever you're going, if you ever get there. And this is a much more intimate experience, and I think the staff are great. I had a great experience, and really appreciate the institution that you're running. And although I wish I hadn't had that experience, it was good in the sense that I can better appreciate the value of the hospital in our community.
It is a very special thing that you have. I lost mine when I was growing up in my community, and it's very special. Treasurer take care of it, and it will take care of you.
Appreciate everything. My wife does that. It's wonderful service. Certainly clean staff, very accommodating, and wonderful. Thanks for your leadership.
Mr. Purnell has a number of slides for you he'd like to share with everybody in that.
People
When you basically are in our buddy, company side of the hospital, our outline tracking, and also administrative oversight for EMS. Recently, we had a.
Mr. Purnell, I apologize, I'm acting chairman as the chairman stepped out. Can we take a 5-minute bio break? We have several commissioners that would like to, if you don't mind.
And staff.
And staff. So, okay, thank you. I apologize. Well, I got a little practice.
There you go.
Oversight of the facility. I am pleased, about March time period, we employed a full-time EMS director to help with some of the daily operational tempo for EMS. Justin Freddie, he comes to us with many years of experience in a neighboring community, but he is a Granville County native and has been just doing a phenomenal job working with my supervisor staff to get acclimated to Granville EMS. So, as I said, I put together a few slides just to kind of go over current state of affairs in EMS and operations. So right now, we have a staffing profile of 50 budgeted FTEs, 12 PRN or part-time staff that we keep on queue to cover vacations, workers' comp, FMLA needs, and the staffing profile we employ EMS director, logistics and fleet officer, 4 shift captains, 5 lieutenants, 1 of which serves as a training coordinator for our division, and a summary of 39 paramedic level or DMT level staff. One thing I'm exceptionally proud of in the culture of Grambling Health and EMS is that it mentioned earlier, you scroll through the agencies, plenty of employment opportunity. What you won't find on that is a open full-time EMS position. We are 100% staffed, and I'm super proud to say that. I sit over with colleagues and from different EMS agencies, and that is something, 100% staffing ratio is something that you do not often hear in those meetings. So super proud of the work that the hospital allows us to do for our EMS division. We have 2 schedule types, if you notice. We still run a 24/72 that just means our shift comes in and works a solid day and have 3-day off schedule. We've also run a modified shift schedule, 12-hour peak time chart. If you remember a couple years back, we come before you all and asked for 24 additional ambulance staffing hours. We gave that in late July, early August of this last year, and provided 24 additional ambulance coverage hours in the system. And we'll talk a little bit about the impact that produced last. Still, our station footprint remains the same. Our main Oxford base is right behind the hospital. Our Wilton base is the intersection of Highway 96 and 56. Stovall area is serviced by our Stovall base on Railroad Street. Butler is over there by the Early College that houses our Butler truck, and there are 2 trucks. Then our Oakville base houses our Medic 7 QRV. The QRV is the equipped response vehicle that has all the same equipment that an ambulance would. We just cannot provide transport on that vehicle. Just kind of a graph that shows where our base locations are located. They're strategically located, spread around Granville County to kind of maximize our response capabilities. Granville County is pretty large. So our unit coverage resources, we used to run 4.5 units of coverage for ambulance. Now we're 5.5. 5 ambulances are on a 24-hour schedule, and with additional 1 peak time ambulance, that coverage is from 7A to 7P. That was implemented in late July, and we still have our QRV base at Oakville.
Where is that one ambulance located, if you don't mind me asking? The peak hour, where's that station?
Yes, sir. So the peak ambulance is housed out of the Oxford base, but is in a rotation, just like the rest of our trucks. So we operate big fancy words used in the EMS system is like dynamic deployment model. Basically, our trucks are constantly shifting bases in areas of the county as calls are continuing to come in. So at Oxford, dropped out trucks, a Stovall truck is moving up to cover the calls at Butler and Oxford remain, in the slide that I showed, remain kind of our call dense areas. So the likelihood of having need for EMS service is higher in those locations.
So, go ahead. A follow-up question on that topic. Actually, was a call that came in, officers that came in from this facility, and I think the one available ambulance in the county was in Stovall at the station in Stovall, and it did take a little while to get here. I think following that, we did have some conversations about sort of the tension between the desirability from an EMS crew perspective of being station-based, but the advantages of the system of being fully dynamic, right? And sending that, if that's the last available unit, sending it to a more central location. Can you talk a little bit about kind of exactly how dynamic is the dynamic positioning? Like when do you start moving around the chess pieces?
Yes, our supervisor now are assigned to the Oakville QRVs. That's where our captains are based out. So they're constantly maintaining operational tempo of the system throughout the day. They're the ones helping dictate positioning as what we have as a trouble, get call service. A lot of times what we've noticed is just the amount of volume, even with the additional resources that we have in play now. If you're listening to radio at any given point, you might have 20 calls for service go off within 3 or 4 minutes. And a lot of times when we start doing our RCAs or if we have any community concerns, feedback that we're gathering, when we start to do deep dives and look at the data behind it, most of the time that's just what happens. It's just we'll have all 5.5 resources in play, and then in the course of 5 to 6 minutes time frame, you go down to like 1 truck per gallon.
So maybe my little brain is interpreting that as kind of call volume overwhelms the idea that you can kind of be dynamic positioning all the time. Correct. That just logistically, realistically, you can't have that ambulance in the perfect spot all the time.
You're exactly correct on that.
But in January, we got a call, January 5th, to St. Matthew Church. The lady had some like an aneurysm, and the call came in. There was no trucks in the top end of the county. All the trucks was in the southern end of the county and out of the county. Do we have some kind of communication with other counties around the county for ambulance, to, of course, mutual aid. Thank you. I'll bounce I'm having a senior moment. To leave a top end of the county open, that's bad. That's big bad for us. And, cause I got calls after calls, cause nobody cause they had to take the lady, put her in a car and bring her to the hospital. Cause we couldn't get an ambulance up there.
Yes. So on that particular instance, that was one of our most recent RCAs that we reviewed. It was, as Mr. Cummins just pointed, it was strictly on timing. We had resources in play from the north and the end of the county. All that was completed within a couple of minutes. The truck that was based closest was already on the call. The truck was clearing the hospital and had, I want to believe, I think we did send this information, a 17-minute response time to get there from clearing the hospital. But which dispatch come back and said that the person was going to be taken in by private vehicle. The mutual aid comment or question, we do have mutual aid communication with counties, but there's not a formal mutual aid pact that goes from one county to another. Because they're in the same boat, sometimes it's Wrangell EMS is. They, well, Navy County, I won't say their name, but they have status of which, you know, if they're down with a certain amount of trucks or resources in their system, they won't send anything. They're going to look after their community first. But we'll show a couple slides that our overall request for mutual aid, you're giving more than you're receiving.
I mean, what I'm saying is, somehow we should schedule something. We need to keep ambulance and make sure our whole entire county is covered. We need to keep an ambulance somewhere. You know, if the top end of the county, we need one at least an ambulance up that way.
So if we got Mr. J and Mr. Purnell, if you could help me here. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. What I see is we actually have 6 ambulances from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and a QRV. That's so I just want to take you back a little bit of time here. I mean, it wasn't 3 or 4 years. We were running 3 or 4 with no QRVs and no peak time. So we have really, you know, they're playing the statistical. They're having to base it off trends and statistical data as to where to be, what to be, but they're also competing with something else. And maybe it's a protocol change, but I know Durham County overwhelms us, and I believe they do. You could correct me if I'm wrong. And so I just wonder if maybe we should apply some general measures back at Durham County, but then, you know, that can boomerang on you when you have that 1050 PI, that accident, that head-on collision on old 75 or somewhere else in the county, and we don't respond to a mutual aid call for them. So, but when I look back at where we were and where we're at, and then I look back at our staffing, and I look back at the fact that we're retaining EMS personnel when other counties aren't retaining EMS personnel. Now listen, if that was my house, I wouldn't be happy, but I have to look at, I mean, I just can't predict when someone's going to have a cardiac event, or that's what they're dealing with. It's kind of like that police car being there right there when the robbery took place. It'd be great if it was there. It's in its patrol district, but guess what? It was on the other side of the town responding to a domestic disturbance at that time, and there were 3 officers or 4 officers tied up over there. So I'm not saying that's a great thing, Mr. J, but I kind of in my mind understand why it's occurring.
I can't see. I mean, my thing is, we need to be covered too. Those people, that end of the county.
I don't think it has anything to do with your end of the county. I think
I'm saying it did, because the whole entire top end of the county wasn't covered.
But I'm sure there's been times the southern end of the county hasn't been covered.
You got 5 down there. You can't keep covered.
Ask him. Well, he'll tell you.
Yeah, there's times where there's north, south, east, west corridors, and unfortunately, Mr. May says it just comes about response capabilities of resources versus calls. There's more calls than there is units. This slide does give, I think, some pretty important updates. So looking back at the similar time frame for fiscal year 25, Mr. May had spoken, the increase of the 24 hours of additional EMS coverage by an ambulance code 20 is static from 911. Code 20 means there is 0 ambulance capabilities in Graham County. Code 21 is 1 ambulance capability in service to respond to calls. And that could be 1 truck centrally located, 1 truck in the north, or 1 truck in the south. So 1 response unit. If you'll look, we've almost cut that number of code 21 in half by adding that 24 hours additional ambulance coverage into the system. So super excited about that. Was really glad to have.
There you go.
Really excited to have that put in place. That. And all while remaining a pretty viable response time. And all of this similar data is reported. We have a quarterly performance improvement meeting that the Jason Rebbits with Emergency Management heads up with our chair, our medical director, Dr. Ryan Bailey. And this data gets reported out, and he kind of helps guide and shape the direction and tempo, operational tempo for our EMS system. But this heat map goes backwards 365 days and kind of helps paint a picture of where the call is. So you can imagine 85 kind of Oxford municipalities, followed here by Butner and Creedmoor municipalities for kind of our major call dense areas. And now when it's a little busy, all those little dots are EMS calls.
Would you back that slide up, please?
Yes, sir.
To the one for the EMS call, yeah. So, yeah, so you're showing Oxford and the southern end of the county. From Oxford down is where the majority of your calls are?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The blue shading, so underneath all those little green dots is a blue dot. And it's an 8-mile, by the way the crow flies, radius around the EMS space. That kind of shows you also on top of municipalities where our calls are happening in comparison to our EMS spaces.
So what would it cost to put 1 more ambulance on shift with an ambulance, a new ambulance, all fully staffed to run 24/7? What would that cost?
I will get that exact number because as pay rates have changed for inflation, it just costs to do a business. I will be glad to get.
What's your ballpark? Take off the ambulance itself, just purely staffing it.
775. I think
About 800,000.
about 800,000.
And then of course an ambulance is going to cost you $500,000. So now we're talking about 1.2 million.
1.3.
So if we put it, so again, we're talking over 1 cent.
And one of the things that helped kind of dictate and guide when we added that peak time, that 12-hour shift, one of the other things that is kind of, we've run into a little bit of a challenge is just infrastructure. Now, I think the last 2 bases for our Oak Hill and Wilton base that were built for the EMS service and the EMS system for Graham County. So now we have about maximized our efficiency on a footprint from a base location. So we're not asking this year for any additional resources or coverage. We are looking forward towards the future, realizing as we talk to our partners in planning, zoning, development, as we see whether it's southern end of the county or the Oxford area or just rooftops in general. Before long, we'll have to really get into a strategic assessment of, from a base infrastructure footprint, what the future holds for us.
Mr. Purnell, tell me how the federal prison is playing into all of this. I know at one point they weren't covering the amount of what a call would be. Has that been improved, or what kind of call ratio are they using for our facilities?
There's still we still service those facilities pretty regularly because they're pick up the phone down 911. They have to have an ambulance respond to them just the same as, whether the inmate is still a citizen, right? But we have went back to the administrative staff at the Bureau of Prisons and worked with them on their contract rates to get a higher yield of what it actually costs, close to what it would cost to staff a truck for them. And we were really pleased that the rate negotiations.
So that rate has come up since a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is there any consideration on their part about staffing their own, ambulance service?
So they used to,
Crazy.
they used to staff their own ambulance service for, I think they had 2 at one time. They used to have paramedics in their complex, and with everything at the federal level, they've seen decreases over the years from staffing and just the ability to recruit their own staff. So they've had to subsidize a lot of their operations using local entities or Graham EMS in our case.
Are we comfortable that the rate we're getting now provides enough compensation to offset some of that cost that we were running into? Because before it was really a standard rate.
Yes, the rate is much more appealing from a contractual standpoint than what it once was.
And one more question, they take them to Durham, or do they bring them to Granville?
So we don't have, their medical director works with so it's 2 different sides, and I've had to learn this over the year. You have like custody and you have medical at the prison complex. And their custody staff, they've already prearranged where that person is getting care of. A majority of the time, it is in a tertiary facility, especially if it's coming from the level 2 or the medical center, because they're just the mission that they have of what they do for the Bureau of Prisons. They're getting some of the sickest inmates out of all over in the Bureau of Prisons, bringing them in for oncology care, and I forget the other main mission of Captain C. Butler. So when those inmates go out, they're needing specialized services a lot of times.
So, the short answer, they're taking them to Durham?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
After Commissioner May's conversation with them, probably 18 months ago, a few years ago, I went to the prison, they took my phone, the whole thing, went in there. I had a fantastic conversation with them. And it wasn't a few months later, they were paying us a considerable amount more. And then again, this year, they've increased it again.
Yeah.
And I believe they will continue to increase it because they know that there's value in what we're doing. They can't do it for more.
And I don't want to speak out of turn here. I don't have the statistical data that you all have, but again, if Durham is running into EMS issues, that falls back to us because we're going to get that call if they're not able to route out there. And so based on the location where the prison is, that does impact our EMS system. And so that's just reality. But again, that figure back from you on the overall cost be very beneficial. But at the end of the day, I would like to know, or could you do this, is I'm all about brotherly love. That's all good. But, you know, I, like many people, listen and see, and we get this all the time from our volunteer firefighters and from other people that are what I call scanner buffs. And it would be nice if Durham is, I say this, and you know all the nuance is much deeper than I do. At some point, there has to be a return for us if Durham is not going to reciprocate at the level that's commensurate to what we're reciprocating to. And I would love for you all to give that some thought on how that would be dealt with, so it would leave additional EMS units available for Granville County. That's because most of the time I hear from other people and they say Durham is out of service. They're not picking anybody. I don't care what it is. That they don't have an EMS to send them, and they're not even taking them at Duke in their regards, and they're calling other counties. So that's the reality.
Go ahead.
I think it was the slide titled New Coverage Resources. Can you like that? New coverage resources. I think it was up the other way. No, I think it was the previous slide. Going back. Now, that QRV, is that, does it ever leave the Oak Hill base? Is it permanently there?
So it is just like every other asset in the system. A base is basically, especially, it's just where they change ownerships at. So that QRV roams throughout the whole system and is a response resource for all of Graham County. Just as that way.
Do we have two in the county or just one?
One dedicated QRV, and then we have supervisory staff that are on QRVs, but they are not a primary dispatchable unit, so this slide just talks about.
But they have ALS capabilities,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
So that's another point that everyone needs to understand. You have a supervisor on a QRV that's not upon the primary response, but in a crisis, I am confident, am I correct, that QRV would respond?
Yes, and in a few circumstances, if the level of the call dictates, the supervisors do have frontline missions as well.
So that gives us, at peak hours, correct me if I'm wrong, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 wagons, and 1 QRV that is uninhibited, except where it goes, and then an additional QRV in the event of a true crisis and they had to get there.
Yes, that's correct.
So 8 assets. Thank you.
And I just wanted to ask you, also about the voter staff. I was looking at the work schedule, 21 shifts, and then 72.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, but it's not good. Do you think that's a factor of the salaries of what it is that?
It is that we're on the cusp of looking always safety minded first, staff, patient safety. And that's been one of the things that comes up a lot of times in our officers meetings or just in, colleague meetings with other counties. A lot of your urban dense areas, Durham County, Wake County, they have switched a long time ago away from a 24-hour work cycle. So they do 12-hour shifts for the main part. We still feel confident that the 24/72 schedule puts us very competitive against other rural EMS agencies and allows us to maintain our staffing levels.
We'll let him get to it.
You talk about QRV. If I get a call, just like we got the call from Oak Hill at St. Matthew Church, what can that QRV do for that lady at St. Matthew?
Can do everything the ambulance can do as far as treatment wise. The only thing that QRV can't do is physically initiate a transport to a hospital. But all the life saving, so if they were having a heart attack, they'd have all the cardiac medicines. If they were having a seizure, all the seizure medicines. Every piece of equipment, all of that mirrors what you would get on an ambulance. The difference is just the transport capability and the associated cost of staffing a QRV versus an ambulance.
Okay, how much different than that it is a first responder?
Quite a bit. A first responder unit in Granville County is not a designation level by the state office of OEMS. They are operating under the Granville EMS system plan, which we submitted through our emergency management director, Jason, actually Doug was many years ago. So they don't have all the advanced life-saving equipment that Granville EMS QRV has.
Okay. If the QRV had got the same app and see what they need to do, they had to call the ambulance. So how long would it took the ambulance just to come from Oxford to Woodland?
I think they had a 17-minute.
Ain't no way in the world they could do it 17 minutes unless they run 100 miles an hour. I have ran it. I'm not to misfigure you, but I have ran it 96. Oh, how many times? From my house to the loop. It's gonna take you every bit 15 minutes. I don't care where you shoot it or cut it.
So let me ask you this question, Mr. Purnell.
But anyway, I would just,
That's a good question. In the event ALS was there and they stabilized the patient, don't they, and based on the distance, would they not have the same mechanisms and processes and protocols in the event they had to do medevac?
Yes, sir.
So if that person was not able to be wagoned, correct? Because you don't have anything available. That patient is stabilized, but deemed to be critical and in need of transport. The protocol then would move that to a medevac, am I correct?
If the medical situation dictated a
Right,
medevac.
that's my point, is that we're not gonna leave someone up there without the next level of transportation, whether it is through an ambulance or a medevac. We're gonna get someone, but that ALS could at least at a minimum stabilize that patient.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's where, I think the question or comment had come up. At that point in time, the 911 comm center, if they're what they call stacking, so if we don't have a resource available, they are contacting Vance County, Warren, Person, whatever nearest county.
I just don't want people to think that that person's not gonna get the next level of transport and not be aided in the way that you would want them to be aided.
No, we are very fortunate, again, with the amount of coverage resources we have versus call volume and larger urbanized systems. It's not uncommon to have multiple calls or service stacked with nobody responding. They're just waiting on their own internal resources to clear up. They'll triage that call, and then when a unit's available, they'll send somebody. That's unfortunately a pretty common practice in a lot of systems now.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all. Any other questions? Thank you again for allowing me to speak about the EMS system.
thank you, John. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Adam, and for the hospital. Right now, we're gonna call on NCACC. Hey, there you go.
How are you?
How y'all doing?
We brought games. No, not.
Still say we getting wrong.
When you get down Durham check, it'll be all right.
No, it ain't.
When you get Durham check. Hey, how you doing, man? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you talk to Tim about kids.
Yeah.
That was our conversation.
Yeah, we're sitting there.
Jessica.
Oh, Jessica. She is.
Yeah, Jessica sent him.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's great to see y'all.
Good to see you.
It's always great to be in Granville County.
All right. Welcome to Granville County.
Always a beautiful drive up here. I see a lot of familiar faces around your table, and great supporters of the association. Thanks for all that you are doing and have done. In fact, that's my first slide. We appreciate more than you know all that you do for your association and the support that you've given us throughout the years. We're lucky to work with y'all and have your support. And we work closely with your county attorney on many things related to our disaster stuff in ARPA. So he's been a great partner with us, and we really appreciate that, Jim. My name is Kevin Leonard. I'm the Executive Director of the Association of County Commissioners. And I'm joined by my colleague, Amy Basin, who is our Deputy Director and General Counsel. Also know, Mr. Chairman, that there's dinner out in the hallway, and so if y'all need, if you wanted to take a break and grab dinner and eat while we talk, I'm totally fine, we're totally fine with that. Your call. Also know the representatives and the senators, I think, are in the room, and I will defer to them. We're giving a legislative update, but, you know, that pressure's on. To do that. So we'll take your lead, Mr. Chairman, whatever you wish to do, we will do. We could keep on going right now.
Keep on going.
Keep on going, all right. Amy's gonna jump in here, we're gonna tag team back and forth, if that's okay. We've got a lot of information, we'll try to go as fast as we can, but please don't hesitate to interrupt us if you have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you. It really is great to be here and see all of you. And this, I think, is, most of you know, but just a reminder, and for those folks who are here watching who may not be aware, we are your county association. We are here to represent you. A little bit about us, right? We've been around since 1908, which is hard to believe. We've been there since the beginning. Yeah, absolutely. We can tell you everything. But nonpartisan organization nonprofit organization representing all 100 counties. And you can see our vision, empowering 100 counties to work together for the betterment of one state. And our mission is to support and promote the well-being of all North Carolina counties through advocacy, education, research, and member services. Some of those items are, and we've been handing, and thank you so much to Drew, your manager, for handing out. You got some folders there with information, also our map books. So through research, we do, hopefully you find the map books helpful with a variety of data you can also find on our website. But we did include in your packet a specific, I think we've got that, yep. Granville County data sheet, and it just gives you a little bit more information about Granville County by the numbers. You all live it and know it, so I'm sure this will be of no surprise to you, but you can also see some things about the membership in the association, including our debt set-off program and the opioid settlement funds that I know y'all have worked hard to use, and then some other facts about your county. So hopefully this is something that you can use as a resource. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Kevin.
You know, we're going to ping pong back and forth, so that's okay. That way you'll really enjoy hearing from her, and you'll probably just hear me like, oh. But I did want to point out your dues. Y'all join the association every year. It's voluntary. For as long as I've been with the association, and that's 17 years now, as long as I've ever known, 100 counties have been a part of your state association, and that's great. But I just wanted to point out that it's voluntary, and we take that seriously, so thank you. You paid about $9,500 in dues, but I did want to point out the number below it, because you're in the debt set-off program on an annual basis. For last year, you recovered over $1 million in that program alone. So I think that's a pretty good return on investment for you guys to be a part of your state association. And I just wanted to say thank you. Of course, we want you to get involved. There's many ways to do that. You can attend the steering committee meeting. Of course, our conference and events, which I've seen many of you there, and hopefully you've enjoyed those. Our next annual conference is not going to be too far away from y'all in Durham County in August. I already mentioned the steering committees. You can take on leadership, and a number of folks around this table have sat in leadership as chairs of certain committees. And then make sure you follow us on all of the social media channels if you don't already. And you should be getting, we hope we don't email you too much, but every Friday you should be getting an email from us giving you the legislative update, what's happening at the General Assembly, and other critical updates that are happening. On Friday, we're getting ready to go to Washington, D.C. for NACO. I know many of you go up there for that, and hopefully we'll see you there. On Saturday at 5 p.m., we'll have our county caucus meeting. On Tuesday, we're scheduled to meet with both senators on the Hill, so we can get you more information on that, but we look forward to seeing you there. All right, we're going to just quickly tell you about our strategic plan update. Amy's going to tell you a little bit about that.
And we appreciate your indulgence as we go through these things. We are going to momentarily get into the meat of what we're here to talk about, which is really what's happening on the state and federal levels legislatively. But we would be remiss if we did not remind you that we are in our strategic planning process. And this really is because we want to make sure that all the things you just heard are things that meet your needs, right? And meet our county needs. So it is time for us to make sure that we are doing what is best for our counties. And in doing that, we are in the throes of our strategic planning process. And this is a timeline that it's going to be looking ahead for at least the next 5, maybe 10 years. One thing we've done, we've now been here, Kevin and I both, over 15 years with the association, which is hard to believe. And I will be honest, I laugh when I say that, right? Because it implies that if I don't say that. But I will tell you that I have been involved in strategic plans in the past. And I don't know about y'all, but a lot of times you do those and then they sit on the shelf and you don't really then use them again for the next 5 or 10 years. So we've made a really deliberate, conscious effort this time to get feedback and come up with something that's getting an active plan. So we're going to come up with metrics and things for the next 5 years. And we're going to be really revisiting them and making sure that they are doing the things that we need to do. You can see this is always a challenge for me. Say that. Okay, now there we go. Yeah. We're going to make sure that we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. There you go. Thank you. And hopefully y'all have had the opportunity. We have had strategic planning feedback sessions. If you have not and you have thoughts, you can let one of us know. Laurel Edwards, who you may know on our staff, is leading this process. But you can see that this has been in process. Ultimately, we're going to end up at our annual conference in Durham in August with a final plan presented to the membership at that annual conference. So hopefully you'll be there and you'll get to see really where we have landed and the things that we're working to do to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our counties. This is what it's going to be based on. You can see that empowering 100 counties to work together for the betterment of one state. And where we are going and what we're working on now are actually specific action items below each of these things that we will have over the next 5 years. But to be the voice, convener, and champion for counties, ensuring that North Carolina thrives now and in the future. And these different buckets, you can see stand up and speak for counties, conveners to make sure that you're learning, strengthening the county workforce, including every county, and then also just internally increasing our organizational resilience to make sure that we have the resources to meet the needs that you all have. So that is where we're going. That's what you're gonna be seeing a lot of. And like I said, we're in the process of really digging down and coming up with action items. So if anything there resonates, doesn't resonate, or you have thoughts or feedback, we wanted to make sure that you're aware that that is happening. And I'll turn that over before we get to our legislative.
You'll notice that that's all very member focused, and that's probably pretty important for a membership organization, right? But we really want to make sure that we're meeting you guys where your needs are and how we can be effective for you. And it's really important to hear from you about that. If we're not giving you something that you need, we need to know about it. President Wallace Nelson sends his regards to you. He is a Perquimans County commissioner. He was sworn in as your president in August when we were in Pitt County. His presidential initiative, each president gets a spotlight. His is about access to healthcare. We're doing something a bit different this year. And so if you're interested in healthcare, and I noted the last conversation that you were just having about access to healthcare and your travel times and all of the things that you were just discussing. We're going to produce 3 papers. We're working with Carolina Demography, which is an institute within UNC that does a lot of data research. And we're going to produce these 3 papers. The first one is going to be on the importance of rural hospitals, especially if a rural hospital goes away. What does that mean for your community? Perquimans County, and he is a pharmacist. And so he's lived his life in this space for 43 years. And he lives out in rural northeastern North Carolina. And you have to travel a couple of counties over to get to the closest hospital. And so that means something when you are having a medical emergency and you're trying to get your ambulance to the hospital as quickly as you can. They actually rely on aircraft. The Dare County has an aircraft that uses that they use for transporting patients. The only county that I'm aware of that owns, unless you own your own helicopter, I'm not sure if they do or not, but they own their own helicopter for that purpose.
We're working on it.
You're working on it,
We just
okay.
started right now.
I can see the gentleman in the back going like this. So, sorry I mentioned that, I apologize. Anyway, y'all know as well as anyone that the pressures on healthcare if in a county, in a region, if your rural hospital closes, which a number of our counties have faced and are facing. And I'll talk, and Amy's gonna talk, and I'll chime in a little bit later about the potential impacts of HR 1 with the Medicaid and all that's happening there. That's gonna have an impact on that stuff, so we gotta be aware of that. Paper number 2, I have this sneaking suspicion that your healthcare costs in your jail has increased. Is that probably a good guess?
Yes.
Well, we believe that that's happening across the entire state of North Carolina. And we found out this, in fact, we just had a board meeting that the gentleman who's working on this said, because we asked him to go find that data to show if that that hypothesis is correct. And he came back and he's like, that data is not collected. We're gonna have to collect that data. And he's really excited about it. It's gonna be hard, but if you send an email to Drew about getting your healthcare data from your jail expenditures, because we're trying to collect as much as we can, trying to hit for 100 to prove that hypothesis. And my belief is that a lot of that's increased on mental health and substance use in your jail system, and the systems of the state are not adequately funding, and it's been passed down, sort of shifted to local governments and county governments. So hopefully with that data, we'll be able to demonstrate that that's a true fact from the data perspective. That's paper number 2, and paper number 3 is best practices. What are we doing right in the healthcare space and access to healthcare around the state of North Carolina? Each one of these papers, when they come out, is going to be followed by a forum. So the first one's on March the 27th, and it's going to be in Raleigh. We'd love for you to come. That's the one that's going to be about the rural hospitals. And President Nelson, and we'll have some state leaders there to talk about that as well. And it'll be a whole day dedicated to, like, what did we learn out of that paper? Yes, sir.
Kevin, isn't it going to deal with the involuntary commitments and the amount of, we spend a lot of money covering that cost for IVCs?
I don't know that they're going to specifically talk about that in paper number 2, but I can ask, Nathan Dollar runs that center, and I can ask him if they're going to, it might be early enough in the process that we can plant that seed and see if there's any data that.
We have hospitals right in our county we can't get people into, Southern Regionals for an IVC.
For an IVC?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll talk to Nathan about that and see if I can fit that in. All right, so let's dig into the legislative update. Here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to introduce you to the new team. We've got basically a whole new government relations team since we were up here about this time last year. We'd like to tell you about the steering committees. They're coming up, and we'd like for you to participate in those, and I can show you what they're going to talk about. Give you the assembly, you're going to hear from your representatives. So again, I feel a little inadequate in telling you that because they'll be able to give you the real-time stuff, but give you what we believe their schedule is. And then I want to talk to you at length about the property tax debate that's presently going on in the General Assembly, and then the impacts of HR 1. We'll do Q&A after that. Obviously, if there's anything that you want to toss at us, like, well, what about this? Please do so. Interrupt us. We're here for you.
Yeah, absolutely. As Kevin said, we want this to be a conversation, a dialogue, and we want to make sure we're addressing any of your questions or issues. And so feel free to just interject or jot down a note. But we did want to make sure that you can, at least in two-dimensional form, meet our new team. Some of you have probably met, some of them are our new Director of Advocacy and Policy, who just celebrated her year anniversary with us, Joy Hicks. You may know Joy. She worked at the General Assembly. She's also been a veteran of state government, worked for the Commissioner of Agriculture with DEQ, so has a wealth of knowledge, background, and history working in and around politics. She's leading the team. Catherine Moga Bryan is now our Director of Fiscal Policy and Research, part of the team that makes those map books, the data sheets. You may recall our the prior person in this role was Denise Canada, who is now She has moved on to be the head of the LGC. So we have a close time connection there, and she's working there, and we are confident has the knowledge of what counties do, which is a great asset. The rest of our government relations team, we have Tiffany Gladney, who is the government relations manager, came to us from NC Child, I believe, so focusing a lot on education. Andrew Blackburn, who was formerly with the Chamber, is primarily going to be dealing with HHS issues. Josh Lanier, who is also a licensed attorney, will be doing JPS issues and also helping with some legal issues. And Diana Manavre, is that how we pronounce it? She is helping to keep the team straight. So this is a great team. We just want to make sure you saw their faces. You'll see a number of them at the NACO conference if you're attending, and they are very responsive and here for you if you have any questions. Also want to make sure that you have the opportunity to participate in our steering committees, that the team has worked really hard to really try to tie these to issues that are very relevant and things that are happening at the legislature. And their component, they all have a Zoom component, but the ones in person also have components of them. I think each of them does that has a tour or something local associated with it. So you can see that there are issues around rivers and waterways, water and sewer infrastructure, mental health access and resources. I heard your question, Commissioner May, around IBC, justice and public safety. You can see there's a loophole in the Farm Bill around THC hemp vaping. Telehealth innovations for students in education, and then of course in tax and finance there is a lot happening in the tax arena. This is specifically going to be talking about sales tax in counties. I was talking slowly to give you an opportunity to see this, but you also have a printout in your folders, and everything is accessible on our website. So we hope that you will participate in these if you are able. And now we're going to make our way into the legislative session. So just to give you a little context, and I think we've talked about the fact that both Kevin and I had worked at the General Assembly many years ago. And at that time, there was a more traditional short session and long session, right? The 2-year biennium, you go in the long session, the idea is that there is a budget. The legislature passes the budget, and then in theory, the second is the short session, just kind of tweak the budget. Well, it's been a while since there's been that kind of traditional schedule, and I know we have some members of our General Assembly in the back that they would probably argue it's more of a full-time job than it is a part-time job, and that the sessions kind of keep going. But where we are now is that you can see there have been and there continue to be interim committee meetings now through April. The short session is scheduled to start later in April, and in theory would go through July. As you're aware, that we do not at this time have a ratified state budget, so that is something that is clearly of a priority. There's also a lot around natural disaster relief, and we've been doing, again, you heard big kudos to your County Attorney Jim Wren, who's been helping us in the disaster relief area. Things on the federal level around FEMA, but also locally around making sure that counties are resourced. There's been a lot, we talked a lot about Helene and things in the mountains, but recognizing that every county has the unfortunate, like just one step away from some type of disaster. So making sure that these resources are available for all. And of course, SNAP and Medicaid funding, which we're going to talk a little bit more about in a moment. But I think the sort of the big looming topic that we've had a lot of discussion around is property tax. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to give you some background there.
Slide probably needs to be updated. It needs to say Senate too at this point, because Senator Berger announced 2 weeks ago that the Senate has a working group. Now that's an actual distinction I want to say. It's a working group and not a select committee. The House has appointed a select committee to evaluate property tax reduction and reform. It's pretty interesting that they went ahead and put that in the title, property tax reduction and reform. I'm just curious by either show of hands or a nod, have y'all been keeping up with this or been hearing about it at all? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this has been a major issue for us since the turn of the year and actually right before in December when the House announced we started hearing rumblings in late fall and had quiet conversations behind the scenes with House leadership about it, and then it was made public, and then they had their first meeting. I'll be very candid with y'all. I'm concerned about this, and I think you should be as well. We are in a place where we have a lot of educating to do, not only with our public, but with members of the General Assembly about the importance of property tax. And I've had the opportunity to speak in several places at the committee itself and a lot of press recently. And I've been very candid there too. Like, people don't like paying taxes. I get that. We understand that. But we've got to describe for them, why are you paying these taxes, especially property taxes, because they go to essential services that, and here's the key, mandated by the state and federal government that you have to do. So we've got to really work on telling that story about why this is such a critical conversation happening at the General Assembly. And one of the things that I point out when I'm talking to them and I'm talking to members of the press and talking to our members, and you guys know this, if you've been to one county in North Carolina, you've been to one county, right? Every county is unique. Every county is different. You have different demands on what your community needs and wants. Your economic base is different. You're just different. However, at the same time, you are required by the state of North Carolina to provide the same services as Mecklenburg and Hyde. You have to provide these fundamental essential services that break down in primarily three categories, which I'll get to in a second. But just looking at some numbers, we took a survey of our counties and we had a 2/3 hit rate on response. So that's good. So we took that information, and the average is 61%. Now this varies, obviously. I'm not sure what your percentage is in Granville. It might be on that sheet. I didn't look at it. But it's the average county, 61% of general fund revenue for county services and programs comes from your property tax. I failed to start here. I should have started here. Why are we having this conversation? And I think it's three things coming to my mind. One, this is a national issue that's going on right now. I have, there are like 50-ish of, some states have more than one county association. I know that's hard to believe, but they do. So there's about 54 of me around the country. And 25 of them are dealing with this same debate right now. So I've been talking with the other executive directors about this and Matt Chase at the national level. This is a trend going on across the entire country. And a lot of it has to do with the second reason I think we're talking about that, and that is home values have spiked in many, many places due to what happened during COVID. And North Carolina, people love North Carolina and people are moving here, and that makes the value of their home go up, which is traditionally a good thing, right? You want the value of your home to increase, especially if you're going to turn around and sell your home, right? However, not everybody's going to do that. The third reason I can think about why we're having this conversation is it's an even numbered year. And talking about taxes in an even numbered year is a good thing to do sometimes, right? And so I'm not blind to that. I understand that. And I think it's just good to understand the landscape in which we are talking about that. And so you're seeing it bubble up that way. Okay, so we counties average, again, I don't know what yours is specifically, but somewhere in 60% range of your general fund is made up of property taxes. That's significant, right? And now you've got folks at the General Assembly who are saying, well, we're going to cap that. We're going to eliminate it, perhaps, because people are talking about eliminating property taxes. But what we haven't heard is how they're going to replace any of the revenues that they would either cap or limit or eliminate. And then how are you supposed to fund the things that you're required to do? These are the types of conversations that we're having right now. So in that data that we had, it showed that counties, on average, across the state of North Carolina, about 70 to 75% of those property taxes that I just said are paying for three major areas. Guess what they are? Education, public safety, and health and human services. And that's going to land us in HR1 in a moment, that we in North Carolina, because of our structure, we handle human services at the local level, which, by the way, I think is a good thing, because you're able to help people closest to the, the level of government that's closest to the people. I think that's a good thing. But this debate is alive and it's real. The Senate committee hasn't met yet. They're supposed to meet at the end of March, but the House is on their, I think, third meeting this Wednesday. They'll have their third meeting. First meeting was a lot of education. The second meeting, more education. They asked the association to speak there, which I had the opportunity to do so. One thing that was troubling to me is out of those conversations, some members raised that counties were recklessly spending money. And I took great issue with that. And I said that in committee because, frankly, that's a subjective point of view, isn't it? You can have your opinion on who's recklessly spending money. But the fact is, and my point was, you're elected to make those decisions. This is your job. And I'm quite concerned with the blurring of lines related to which lanes we're supposed to be in here. And I think that fundamentally, we're having that debate right now. And so we, the association, are very adamant and being very strong in our point of defending you and your responsibilities in county government. I'm a little nervous, if you can't tell. Nervous isn't the right word. We've got to educate why their systems of government are set up the way they are in North Carolina, so you can best serve the people. Well, what happens if they were to pass legislation to limit or to eliminate property tax? You're going to be faced with some hard choices about what to make in your budget, because we've already lined out how much money covers the things that we just covered. Think about, I'm guessing, is the school board here? My guess is the school board's going to talk to you about needing more money, right? I'm just taking a wild stab there. Is that right?
Actually, we're pretty fiscally responsible here.
Yeah, that's great. My experience in North Carolina is that schools are always going to need more funding. And if they limit your property tax, where is that going to come from? Is it going to come from the state? Is the state going to make up that difference for you? Those are the questions that are going to come. And so those are the things that we're talking about. The pressure is, it's a balloon. If you push here, it's going to come out there on these expenditures and on these required expenditures. This is a really important discussion, and you really need to be working with your House and your Senate members about these things. So 71 of our counties, this is another reason why we're in this debate, 71 of our counties in the state of North Carolina went through a revow in the past 3 years. I'm not sure if y'all were one of them. Yeah, y'all were one of them. My guess is your values went up, right? Here's another piece of the story that I told the committee and we're telling folks. Y'all decided to lower your rate, I believe. I'm not sure exactly what your right. So every 71 of those counties who revowed lowered their rate. It didn't get to neutral. Some of them didn't get to neutral. But that's an important story to say. Why? Because that means the county commissioners across the state are being thoughtful about the situation and responsive to their citizens and to their residents. Because there are other local governments that didn't do that. And they either kept it or raised it. And y'all counties are being very thoughtful about where they're setting their rate. And that's an important distinction to make in this. That was this slide. Y'all already know you have to do it every 8 years. I'm not sure if you're on a 4-year cycle or 6. You have 6-year cycle here. That's something that the General Assembly is talking about, is requiring a 4-year cycle. And we're telling them, if you go down that path, you have to understand the cost of doing a revow, because it's not inexpensive and I know that y'all know that. So just be on the lookout for that. Also, we're telling this story that you all have regular audits. You have to pass a budget by July 1st every year. I try to point that out by law, and it has to be balanced. So you have public meetings like this one, especially during your budget deliberations, and you have to have a required public meeting and comment. And of course, the last thing there is elections, and this is what I told them. I was like, ultimately, you're responsible to the voters, just like members of the House and the Senate are, but you're responsible to the voters of your county. So what's the next step? Well, ongoing education with the members of the General Assembly. As I said, they meet Wednesday, and then they'll meet in March. We're anticipating that they're going to have some type of draft out by March with the speaker has said he would like to have action on this in April. So we'll see. And yeah, and as you saw earlier, the timeline, they'll end the long session and they'll come in the short session, and they'll probably introduce this legislation. Now, whether the Senate picks it up, I don't know, but they've got this working group now. But I mean, the fact that the House and the Senate haven't passed the budget yet, I don't know if they'll be able to get together on this or not. But a lot will probably depend on what happens just in a couple of weeks at the polls. All right. I know you probably got questions on that one. Yeah, go ahead.
Should we wait? Or?
No, go ahead.
So I find it a little counterintuitive that they're simultaneously talking about more frequent revals, right, which would typically kind of property values, assuming they continue going up, right, would lead to higher tax bills, maybe, right, unless you kind of calibrate. But then one other part of what they're talking about is sort of capping and limitations, which seems to kind of be moving in the opposite direction. And I don't know if that is just because they've got a basket full of ideas that they're kind of muddling through, or what? It's a strange juxtaposition.
It's a very strange place right now. And I would say a basket full of ideas is a great way to phrase that. I think they're trying to sort through and figure out and learn. There's a huge learning curve for many of these members who have never served in local government. And so they're getting up to speed, and staff is working on that. And that's why this is critically important for y'all to have these conversations with your members, to ask your members to have conversations with their colleagues in the House, because y'all take for granted what you know about local government. There's many, many members in the General Assembly that have never served in your shoes. And so they're having those discussions now. What also makes this an odd time and thing is this conversation we're getting ready to transition to. So last month, when I had the opportunity to speak before this committee, the day before, I had the opportunity to speak at the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on Medicaid, where we were asking them for funding to help you with a major unfunded mandate from the federal government. So here we are on a Tuesday asking them for that, and on Wednesday trying to defend your ability to raise revenues or to keep revenues to pay for the things that you're required to do this way. It's just an odd time down at the General Assembly right now. With that, I'll throw it over to Amy to start the conversation on HR 1.
Sure, and I think just to emphasize something that Kevin just said, really, and I'm so thrilled that your delegation members are here. Any opportunity to educate, and I'm sure that the members, because they're here, they know what it is that you do. But frankly, there are, we have a county caucus, a Recognized County Caucus of the General Assembly has about 36 members. So those are members who are serving in the General Assembly that were county commissioners at one time. And so we do have those resources, but it really is an important thing to educate. One of the things that we hear a lot about when we get into the property tax discussion is, okay, well, we understand and this idea about taxes and cutting taxes, but what is there to replace it, and how are you going to afford those mandated services? So that's really the discussion that we want to make sure people understand. What the exchange is. So, and as Kevin said, then at the same time, on the federal government level, we have HR 1, or you probably heard the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that has come down, and what that is doing is putting in place certain requirements for states in the HHS level in particular that are going to cost money, time, and resources. Why in North Carolina it is so significant, and this is a really good time to be talking here because, again, I think a number of you may be heading up to Washington, D.C. for the NAGO Legislative Conference. As you heard Kevin say, we have a meeting scheduled with our senators. There's going to be Hill visits. Hopefully you're scheduling Hill visits because we have some advocacy and talking points here as to what it is that this is going to mean for counties. Now, in North Carolina in particular, you may be aware that we are one of just a handful of states in which Medicaid is administered by counties. You can see them on the screen. So in the other states, it's all done by the state level. And one thing I think Kevin mentioned earlier, you might hear the argument of like, well, why don't we just put it on the state level, take it away from the counties? A couple things we have heard, we have talked with y'all that having it closest to the people, to where it happens, is really a beneficial thing in North Carolina. We have such a large state. And the other thing, and you heard Joy, our government relations director, has talked about that even if we were to go that route, it's not, first of all, it's not a panacea. It's very expensive. It's not going to just fix things right away, right? So that in and of itself is not just a quick fix. But what it means in North Carolina with these Medicaid administered states, there are a lot of things that you do, and that HR 1 is now going to put in extra requirements. So there are expanded work requirements, which means when you're doing an eligibility, that they're going to be stricter eligibility checks, right? So again, we're talking about personnel and things that you're going to have to do at the eligibility check level. There are also SNAP funding cost share changes. So you can see there's been estimates have been done that we're talking about $69 million, almost $70 million an increase in administrative costs, and up to $420 million increase in SNAP benefit cost share. So putting these things down from the federal level are going to then increase the costs to our counties. And as you can see, the estimates of $31 million a year in administrative increases. So what is this? The guidance that, and some of the other concerns we have, is one of the issues that comes down through HR 1 is the accuracy. Sorry, I was looking for the word, right? And what is the current? I think is it 6%?
That's the target.
The target.
Around 10.
Right. So the target is 6% accuracy in this bill, and anything above that is going to result in loss of funding. And we're actually doing quite well in North Carolina, but with all these increased requirements and then a lower level accuracy rate, right? Like you can see how that is a concern. Lack of new funding for these additional administrative costs, county budget deadlines, of course, state pressures. We're having these other conversations, and then these conversations just around centralization. So all of these things, this confluence of things that is happening at the same time while we're having these discussions around potential capping or limiting of property taxes is particularly concerning. So where we are trying to really work hard and advocate in this space is, number one, asking for an increased timeline and flexibility, right? We understand that this is what has passed. We are saying that right now, this is not something that's going to move on a dime. So we are asking that there is some increased flexibility in terms of the timeline, some increased flexibility around some of the requirements, and those are some of the conversations we're going to be having up in DC, because this is going to require, again, additional personnel, additional costs, seeking some state funding for some of these administrative requirements. Kevin said he was testifying to talk and make sure that there was an explanation about what these impacts are, and also looking at the penalties for counties with higher error rates and asking that those not be increased. So really at this point we're trying, and this is where as your association we're trying to bring folks together, look at best practices and where things may be working better than others, helping to share some resources. And what would you add? I know you had a lot of discussions in this too.
I'm at the age now, like I'm gonna write the two things I was gonna say down before I don't forget them, so. So I wanted to add these two things, and I want to be very clear about this. And we talked about this for a whole year last year, with this potentially coming. That this isn't about the politics of HR 1. And it really easily can jump into some political areas. No matter how you feel about what they're doing in HR 1, because some will jump onto talking about they're taking people off of Medicaid, they're creating work requirements. Doesn't matter to me how people feel about that. The law is passed, it is done. What matters most to us as your association is that they've passed this law and they've given you no resources to enact it. And it's coming to counties. And that's, as Amy said, we're unique in North Carolina, which begs that question about centralization. We won't go there right now. But now your DSS workers are going to have to do double checks on certain classes of folks who receive these benefits. They're already under strain. I already know that your workforce is under strain. It's tough to find folks to fill the jobs that you need to fill the jobs for. And it's, I said this in committee, this is likely one of the biggest shifts of governmental responsibility and unfunded mandates since the creation of Medicaid in the early 1960s. Yes, sir.
I think that within this last week, NCDHHS sent out estimates for the county financial burden just for the administrative requirements. And just for context, for Granville County, they were estimating over $500,000 new administrative costs to comply with the new administrative requirements.
Correct.
And that's just part of what we're potentially facing.
And that's going to be an ongoing cost, an ongoing expenditure that now, that's Granville County, and multiply that by another 99, and what that means for North Carolina. So that's why I think I'm most upset about HR 1, is because it's not because of the stuff I was saying earlier, which could be political, potentially interpreted as political. It's because they're shifting this responsibility to the folks I represent, and you guys are going to have to pay for it somehow, and you're either going to have to cut something or you're going to have to raise additional revenues. And by the way, remember the property tax discussion I just talked about? So it's these two things that are major issues going on at the same time that are really going to impact your discussions in a couple of months when you're having your budget discussions. So the advocacy point that Amy mentioned is really important this coming week when we talk to the two senators and we talk to the House members about delaying, which is, I think, our best option at this particular moment, because they've already got delays built in for people who have higher error rates, like Alaska. So why not apply that to everybody? Because I know y'all. I work for y'all. Y'all want to get it right. Y'all want to do the right thing. But don't tie a hand behind our back. Let us do it right, the first time. So that's what we're advocating for there. I know we're over time, Mr. Chairman, so I'm just gonna speed up. Quickly, FEMA is the other item that we're going to talk about in DC. And you may think that we're going to be advocating for Colleen funding. That's part of it. But I want you all to know that we really need to ask for clarity around FEMA reform in Washington, because it's stuck in the administration right now. There's a report due out from the Review Council, and Congressman Chuck Edwards and Congressman Davis are circulating a letter to try to get the FEMA Act out and in committee and process. Why is this important to Granville County? Because the next storm is on the way, and I don't know where it's going to come. I don't know if it's going to be down east where it traditionally is, or if it's going to come straight up through here and hit Granville County. But what I do know is when it does, we need to have stability and we need to have certainty in how we're going to react. Because right now, and we are very engaged and involved in working in the western counties, and it's been tough. because of the uncertainty that's going on in FEMA right now. It's starting to move, and I'm pretty pleased about that, but it's been pretty tough. So we're going to advocate, and I'm going to ask you to lend your voice to creating increased clarity in this space. We're near the end. Upcoming events, if we'd love to see you there if you want to, but just be aware that the House Committee will meet, as I said, Wednesday. The conference is coming up. Our district meetings start. We're doing something new this year. We're going to have a longer district meeting, like a day event. So the districts will get together. We'll have a bit of a program. So it's just not dinner, which we've had great dinners in, by the way, in this room. This is going to be a lengthy event. Assembly starts in April and marks June 9th and 10th. Down as County Assembly Day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're happy to answer any questions on anything that we've covered or other issues that you might want to raise for us or give us some advice, because I'm all ears.
I just want to thank Amy and Kevin for coming up today. I took some time a couple weeks back to watch a video of you all testifying in front of committees, and I never thought you weren't earning your keep at NCACC, but I think right now our state association is really earning their keep, and I appreciate the thought and the effort that you're putting into that.
Okay. Any other questions? We'd like to thank you all for coming up. Always good to see you.
Great to see you all.
And come back and visit us anytime.
And stay for dinner.
Yeah, stay for dinner.
Thank you so much.
Okay, stay for dinner. Right now, Commissioner Kozar, could you bless the food for us?
Thankful, Madam Worthy. To God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all of your blessings. And now we prepare to partake of your food. We ask, most gracious God, if you would humble our hearts and make us truly thankful for it. That He give us the energy to do your holy will. We ask it all in your holy and righteous name. Amen.
Amen. Could we be ready to start back at 6:55? 10 after 6.
Finish eating while we listen.
Might do it. Oh, we behind.
Good, how are you? Making you guys work for your dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna work for
Trying to have a meeting and he's texting
10 years in this role, I've heard the right thing. Like,
Why go to all the trouble? Is there room to do it that way?
How are you? Good, good. So, just put the plug in your ear.
Ready now.
Okay, who missed?
Nobody.
Karina. Okay.
Wait to 7. Wait to 7. Don't let people.
6:55.
They may.
Drew's got something.
Got it. I'll shut up.
Okay.
Just in case you show up.
All right.
You
go introduce the legislative representative we have here?
We don't have any, do
we? We don't have any, do we?
No.
You don't have no?
Frank is here, but he's just one.
We don't have Brian or
ever.
We don't have nobody here, right?
But we need to say that we're invited.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You need to say that we're invited.
Yeah, Brian's still there.
Right.
I mean, we need to let people know they're at least invited.
Okay.
Yeah, he can.
Right.
We'd like to call our meeting back to order, and we see on our schedules our legislative representatives. They have been invited. Okay.
So each of you did get a copy of a longer legislative report that Representative Khan sent. He also sent a shorter message and asked that it be read. I'm happy to do that. If that's the
Go ahead, but it's your time.
Good evening. Representative Brian Khan asked that this update be shared in his absence. He regrets that he cannot be here due to a rescheduled professional obligation following the recent winter weather disruption. The 2025 legislative session was defined by serious fiscal decisions, significant disaster recovery commitments, and the continued absence of a comprehensive state budget. First, Hurricane Helene recovery. North Carolina has enacted more than $2 billion in state appropriations across 2024 and 2025 to support Helene recovery, including $524 million in the Disaster Recovery Act of 2025. These funds support housing stabilization, water and wastewater restoration, infrastructure repair, agricultural recovery, and local government capital needs. Recovery at this scale is not a short-term expense. It is a multi-year capital obligation. It affects general fund reserves, capital flexibility, and discretionary spending capacity across the state. Those impacts will extend through this biennium and likely into the next. Second, district infrastructure. House Bill 74, a technical corrections bill, was amended late in the process to redirect $10 million previously appropriated for the Carr Lake Regional Water Expansion Project. The bill passed the House and later included additional Hurricane Helene recovery language in the Senate, making it clear the measure would advance. Representative Khan worked directly with House leadership, the governor's office, and the administering agency to ensure the water project funds were properly obligated in accordance with statute before the bill was signed. The result is straightforward. The full $10 million remains secured. The Carr Lake Regional Water Expansion is a $100 million project. It is on schedule, on budget, and will serve Granville, Vance, and Warren counties for decades. Third, broadband and economic positioning. In April 2025, the state awarded completing access to broadband grants that will extend high-speed fiber service to approximately 2,164 homes and businesses in Granville County and more than 1,300 in Vance County. This represents meaningful expansion of rural connectivity in District 32. Finally, the House budget. The House passed a bipartisan budget framework that continues to guide negotiations. However, North Carolina does not currently have an enacted biennial budget. Agencies continue operating under continuing appropriations. A final budget is unlikely to reach the governor before mid to late April at the earliest. This affects all 100 counties equally. New discretionary capital allocations remain largely paused statewide until a comprehensive agreement is reached. Representative Khan remains focused on disciplined fiscal management, protecting infrastructure investments, and ensuring District 32 is positioned to compete effectively when full budget authority is restored. Thank you. And again, that was a message from Representative Brian Khan.
Okay. Anything to the No. Okay. Moving right along. Update from municipality. Quibo Mayor.
I don't think he's going to be here this evening.
Okay.
He's not going to be here this evening.
He will not be here.
Need a motion.
Okay. Stan?
We get the, from, yeah.
There you go.
So, welcome everybody, University of the Doctor.
Yep. There you go. Red means on. It's very strange.
I thought we had a little bit like the student graduation we were up there, so hello everybody, good to see everybody. I can't believe it's this time of year again, so that we just did this last year. It's the ninth time I've done this, so I can believe it. We had a brutal 2025 election. I want to apologize on behalf of them, still all the nonsense y'all had to see. It was ridiculous. Anyway, that being said, let's talk about what we did. We had a really good year. Then at a glance, we officially have 1,054 residents, which is pretty cool. We're strategically located within Graham County's growth corridor, which is important down the road here. We're committed to responsible infrastructure-aligned growth. We're going to grow with that. We're focused on strengthening our tax base while we're very small town character. We're focused on scaling municipal government support to support the residential growth, which we've got some of that happening. It was a really good year for us. This is the most important part for us. Staying downtown. So as you know, the town has, since I've been in office, we've been secure. And the town is really 4.1 acres. We moved in the fire department, which is not us, but it's close enough to government work. We do have, when we look at, we have both sides of Main Street, and we own the corner lot across from the BP station that butts up to the fire department and the community park. We completed an RFP this year for the downtown master plan. We selected Stewart. I think the county works with Stewart quite a bit. It was a $45,000 grant for the Department of Commerce after the RC2 program we went through. Commissioner Susan Coe procured that for us, and they really worked the job. We gathered community input at the Christmas break. We had dream boards or vision boards set up, and we had citizens roll through what they wanted to see downtown look like. It's very exciting. Also, an online survey that I will, our town administrator did a phenomenal job driving that. We interviewed the stakeholders, which are the business owners downtown, and some of the other people that live in that area. And that project, we're hoping that completed April, May this year, which will give us a downtown master plan. We're super excited for that. We completed the commercial rezoning, well, too far. The community rezoning for the State Line Center property. The engineering is underway. Retail and anchor tenant recruitment is in progress. We're taking our time to really coordinate this plan to ensure that we have they complement each other. We don't want them to have a blue building, green building. We want all to be shapes of where they need to be. We're super excited about this. We're hoping to get this off the ground in 26. Our State Town Hall project, we've got firms is selected already associated with Durham. Site plan has been drafted, feasibility study for the property. We hit a pause button because we want to make sure that this is the right use of this property with the master plan. So we're kind of pumped the brakes a little bit. So hopefully we'll figure out this is the right place to put it. So more come on that. So, residential growth. Making Park Phase 2, 147 homes. We've got 14 recurring construction. We've got new residents living in some of those. Kennedy Crossing, which is a 45-home construction subdivision. They're finishing up some easement issues, and they'll start probably building there probably very soon. 75 West is kind of a hold at the moment. They're trying to figure out the next property. And then we've seen a lot of multiple fill-ins, houses outside subdivisions, where lots are vacant, and we're seeing a lot of that. So good stuff. Town administration, we appointed an administrator February 2025. Pretty good fellows, we'll keep them up. There's lots going on. Policy modernization, we're trying to make sure that our ordinances and those type things are up to date. Last year we did a UDO refresh, which we needed to do to tighten up the administrative control of developments coming. We finally did implemented financial software lockdown, which is not for municipalities. I think the administrator would say that's been a pretty good challenge, but we're looking for a lot of proof coming out of it from a visibility and organization perspective. Our wonderful clerk retired in December, so we are in between clerks right now. So if it's a part-time clerk, we've got applications for taking them. We had a lot of feedback on that job posting, so we've got some work to do there. We're really excited about that. Recreation. The Jack Day Park expansion. We expanded the footprint. As you can see, this is the original park. This is the cemetery. The residents are very quiet. We opened up the back door a little bit. I'm not even on that. So from that, we wanted to have the Parks and Rec for that. The partnership with that recreation grant. That's allowed us to open that up. And I think Mr. Powell's will get ready to see that. I think it's great. It's more grass for us, which is great. Picture Branch Trail we did last year, which is great. That's a regional partnership with the town of Butler, Graham County, in collaboration with Hart River. That's been a great asset to our community. There's 14 homes, 147 plus up to the back of that. So those residents have a built-in amenity. They can walk through there and walk Picture Branch, which is beautiful. So that's really pretty cool. The developers were so excited about that because it's the first time they've ever got the park. It's a really cool partnership. Community visibility. I know these are little, but you have to understand we have a small town. We don't have a staff. We don't have people who want to do it. So to update the town banners and street hardware requires a lot of coordination with the police to keep the road blocked. The people who go do it, they rent lifts. So it's a big orchestration to get it done. Duke Energy has been very busy replacing power poles in STEM, which is good because some of those are pretty rotten. And of course, now we have Boston Ivy comes every Monday, Wednesday morning to people pick up coffee. It is a constant stream of cars coming through there. Pick up coffee. It's really good, first of all. Yeah, so we're super excited that downtown started so that it sometimes has some comments. We're really excited. Of course, we have a wonderful Christmas event this year and the Veterans Day Parade. And a lot of you participated, and we appreciate that tremendously. It's really good for our community. And our Easter egg hunt, which is phenomenal. We're getting ready to do that again. Yeah, we're looking for rabbits here too, by the way. My guys still can't be the rabbit anymore. Looking at 26. So in 26, we've got a much smaller focus because the projects we have are large and have very impactful. So we really narrowed the focus this year. Governance and compliance. Our ordinance updates are with the enforcement framework, which we've never had before, so we're working on it now. And we're going to be hiring a part-time code enforcement officer. We see it. We just have so much to do, and small town is tough. Public safety, we're going to strive to increase police visibility, and we've got some upgrades to do from vehicles, software to other instruments out there. Downtown transparency, downtown transparency. We complete the downtown master plan, which we'll hope to see in April or May. Hopefully break ground at the State Town Center, formalize the Town Hall project, and implement town being live streaming. Got to catch up the rest of the other streaming. So for us, that is 25, and this is 26. Got any questions, let me know. Thank you for your partnership and working with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
My first time.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Stovall, Mayor of the town of Stovall. I'd like to thank all the towns, Oxford, STEM, Creedmoor, and Budget for everything you've done for us over this year. I've called on you guys many times, and you guys have been professionals, and I really appreciate helping out the little guy. Also want to thank the commissioners here for everything that you've done throughout the course of the year. Jim and Drew, I know how hard you guys work. Thank you, as well as Sharon and Jessica. Thank you for putting this together, and all the administrative staff for helping us out here tonight. Greenville County Commissioners, it's undeniable that your fingerprints are all over our town. Therefore, I'd like to update you on how your investments have shaped our town in 2025. And then to bring up to speed is what we've done as stewards of those investments. I'd like to then take a look into 2026. But first, as part of 2025, in preparation for this presentation, I've reached out to representatives of all the following entities and got their input on what they're particularly proud of in 2025. And within 24 hours, every single one of these entities got back to me about what they're proud of. And these entities, along with the churches, are the backbone of our community. And so I'd first like to start off with the Northern Granville Senior Center. I spoke to Susan Tucker, the program coordinator there. Without a doubt, the Northern Granville Senior Center dominated the headlines in Stonewall in 2025. I'd like to share with you a few stats coming out of there. Their overall participation in the center grew from an average of 50 uneducated participants to 103. That's a 106% increase. The number of seniors participating in meals grew from 47 to 71, and that places the center on parallel with Oxford location in terms of the people served. The center saw a dramatic increase in programs offered from 12 a week on average to 27 a week. The center participated in the Stonewall Harvest Festival, having hosted their first annual car cruise-in, a fundraiser for Rebuild Hope, and a robust participation and impact on the local fire department toy drive, resulting in a donation of over $675. The Stonewall Community Park hosted a record number of community events this year, from the Kids Zone at the Stonewall Harvest Festival to a light display at Christmas, as well as hosting the park for children of the Stonewall Shaw Elementary School. Take it from someone who lived at the park, you'll hear squeals from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, and it truly is a community park. However, as I stand before you this evening and looking back at my State of the Union last year, Stonewall had the community park that was a 5-star park in one of your last ratings, and that was thanks to the mini grant process. However, with the elimination or suspension of the mini grant process, it's going to put a huge strain on the town's budget with respect to keeping this park up. I heard, I guess, a few weeks ago when I came and presented on the law enforcement center that someone from Stonewall told you that we didn't rely on the mini grant process, and I about choked on my mitt back there. That is absolutely incorrect. Our budget is $9,000, and so we rely on that quite a bit, and so we're going to need to figure out how to do without that in the next coming years. The Stonewall Branch Library from Ms. Lori Sharp and Ms. Deborah Bullock, 2025 was earmarked of the year for community service for the library. They held tech classes to help patrons learn to use phones and tablets and computers effectively, and they also arranged for some seniors to receive Wi-Fi who may not have been able to have that without the help of the library. They had a successful blood drive, a summer program, and they're most proud of their Farm to Bridge program that has helped and continues to help hundreds of local families with food insecurities. They also participated in the Harvest Festival and hosted local historian John Penn, who entertained and educated those present on the subject of Stonewall native John Penn, who signed the Declaration of Independence. I'm sorry, Mark Pace, local historian, who played John Penn. Stonewall Library continues to be a meeting place for patrons to gather around the puzzle table or conversation circles and discuss local events and gather information on community activities. The Stonewall Shaw Elementary School, Principal Teresa McGee. Stonewall Shaw continues to be one of the most desirable elementary schools in the county. In academics, it has been recognized as having met growth with an index score of 82.2, which was an improvement of over 11 points. In addition, their overall achievement scores increased, and these combined improvements gave their school report card a grade boost of 6 points, which was the highest increase in the district, and placed Stonewall Shaw back at a C score, which is impressive considering Stonewall Shaw is a rural Title I school with a variety of needs. The staff continues to have minimal turnover, often from Teresa McGee, often finds them arriving early or staying late just to help things be better for their kids. They've schooled those their parent and community support. For instance, next month, the school's going to host a family and community night. It's going to feature educational and fun activities, a free dinner, and a raffle. They're also excited about partnering with the North Granville Senior Center, and their first opportunity will be a music performance with their students to TV theme songs of the past. Now, it'll be really cool, and I can't wait for that. Stonewall Fire Department from Chief Kevin Moat. We had a successful ISO inspection, receiving a 5 rating. We were within 0.2 of a point of a 4 rating, which was a significant improvement over our 7 that we got in the 2020 inspection. We've invested heavily in training and certification. Training hours have increased roughly over 30% of the members, And with that, incident call volume almost doubled from 2024 to 2025, from 89 to 153. And of those 153, 67 were first responder calls, which is a huge impact on life-saving care for the northern citizens of our county. Membership is up, and community involvement is at an all-time high, and I'm very proud of them over there. The Stovall Police, Craig Williams, we both agree that we have a low crime rate in Stovall, and that's a result of having a big law enforcement presence, which we encourage. We've hired and retained great law enforcement and experienced law enforcement officers to help patrol our streets. The town park store, the streets are very safe for our kids and residents to walk, shop, and play. Chief Williams is most proud of the fact that the Stovall Police maintain a good working relationship with the Granville County Sheriff's Office, as well as state troopers and surrounding agencies. The Granville County EMS from Jonathan Pinnell, a key provider of pre-hospital emergency care. The EMS station in Stovall provides life-saving services to members of the northern part of the county. Housed in a building owned by the town of Stovall, this EMS station has yielded a tremendous amount of calls this year, and these folks work tirelessly and answer emergencies that they're called on to handle. We're lucky to have them and every member of their team, and we care deeply for them. The Rural Medical Center in Stovall, with 2 practicing physicians and 5 specialty areas, it continues to provide top-notch medical and pharmaceutical care to our residents, especially those in the northern end who find it difficult to be out. They love the convenient location. So your investments are starting to pay dividends. It's our mission to be good steward of those investments. So what have we been doing? Well, we secured a $10 million grant, which I talked to you about last year. I'm happy to say that that's going to start going this spring, and we're going to be replacing almost all the water lines in Stovall, as well as the new distribution tank system. And so we're really excited about that. We passed a record number of town resolutions, policies, and ordinances. Just in October, we passed over 60 ordinances and resolutions. My next to last meeting as a commissioner, one of which is a visual blight ordinance, as well as hiring of a code enforcement officer in July. So I'm excited about that and continue to get that going. We passed the balanced budget with no tax increase. A lot of work was put into this year's budget cycle, and we were cognizant of the revaluation and the disproportionate impact it had on more valued properties. But we're going to really need to look at it hard this year, and we did it, even though that means that the majority of the commissioners, as well as myself, donate our pay back to the town. We hosted a record number of community events in 2025, from Stovall Fun Day in the spring to Christmas Day Park to our signature event, the first annual Stovall Harvest Festival, a John Penn celebration in October, which was recognized as the Sanction America 250 event. Each of these events brought thousands of people to Stovall, a trend that we would like to continue. We continue to refine our zoning ordinances like most places. We saw a record number of requests for building permits in town, and we're not unique to that challenge. We continue to strive for smart growth strategies that can help our town achieve the goals while maintaining our distinct rural character. We've increased transparency for the public and community involvement, something that I was really keen on. We worked hard to let the citizens know why we were making the decisions we were making. We hosted informal events for increased communication. We also established a civic committee. As mayor, I've tried to introduce events such as coffee with the mayor, which is an informal sit down where we can just discuss things that are going on in town for people that maybe might not have been able to make it to the meeting. But it's no time to sit back and pat ourselves on the back, because a lot of work needs to be done. This year it's inevitable that we're going to see a tax increase. 1 cent raise nets the town $3,000. As mayor, I've been talking about this. I talked about it to you guys last year, and it's going to be something we're going to need to head on this year. Development and use of town property. We've got several town properties which, in my opinion, are untapped resources and underdeveloped. We need to look into those and continue to explore ideas on how to make those the most effective and efficient uses of the properties that benefit the citizens of Stovall. We modernized our town operations. We've got a great staff, but there's only 2 of them, and we got part-time workers. And so it's up to me a lot of the times to be innovative and refine our inner workings. We just started taking payments for our website, which, believe it or not, is big for us. And so, we need to continue to work and do things like that to modernize our town to get up to speed. Town branding, another thing that we have to do. It's critical for driving economic development and attracting investments and skilled talent in our town. It boosts civic pride and fosters community cohesion and helps distinguish our town from others. And that's something I'm going to be sure to work on this year. Expanding our police department. I came aboard, gentlemen and ladies, about 3 weeks ago. We have fantastic police, and it's incumbent on us to provide them with the tools necessary to do their job. And I'm hopeful that we can continue to work together and get this thing going here on Highway 15 to expand our police department. And I really hope that we continue to keep the ball rolling on that. All things considered, 2025 is a banner year for the town of Stovall. In large part, we have you to thank for our success. We will continue to focus on the very best services for our residents while promoting the right kind of economic development, expanding our tax base, always with an eye towards how we can make things better. We want to ensure that the town of Stovall continues to be a great place to live, work, and raise a family. I'd like to thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I have one, Mayor. When does your $10 million grant, when will that project begin, and how long do you think it will take?
I expect it to start this spring. Okay. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but it's been accepted. We're looking for about $300,000 of gap funding right now, but I expect it to break ground here in the spring.
Can you briefly tell the board what that will do as far as where the water line will begin and how far it comes in and so forth?
Yeah, absolutely. The water line will begin a little bit, if you know where the school is, coming up Highway 15, it'll start there. It will go all the way into the town of Stovall. So it will not reach from the sewer plant in Stovall to the school. That is an additional line that we'll need to do at some point. But then it'll replace basically every single water line within the town of Stovall, as well as the distribution tank. We're going to have a mixer in the tank. And then we also have two $200,000 planning grants as part of that for water and sewer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Button?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you all for welcoming the Jordan team. We're back. So thank you for the opportunity to keep the county informed of what's happening in Butner. We're very appreciative of how the commissioners are across the county are aware of what's going on and the ability to have working relationships that we have in the county and our neighboring towns. Our main focus this evening is to share some of the accomplishments over the past year, provide you an update on development activity, and highlight some of our opportunities for the county and Butner to partner together. So as of December of 2025, we had two new council members to join us. One is here with us this evening, Mr. Commissioner, Councilmember Jimmy Walker, and then Councilmember Gina Miller, who is absent. We have a very nice looking board, don't we? We all work extremely well together. Our focus is to make sure that we make decisions for the betterment of the citizens. We may not always agree on everything, but we agree to disagree, but to focus on what's important for the citizens. So it's not about us, it's about our citizens. So it's an honor and joy to have such a fantastic board and town staff. So last year, we concluded our first year of our strategic plan, and we aim to be strategic in Butner. We want to have a thriving town, a collaborative community, which recognizes our small town charm, our diverse cultures, and rich history. We want to use all of that to strengthen our economic viability and liability as we move forward. This is our vision for Butner. Our mission, why we exist. The town of Butner is an evolving community of diverse culture and history. We provide a helpful, supportive environment through our services to the public, which will benefit our citizens in a community of leisure living, economic growth, and well-being. Our vision, striving toward a destination. As a thriving town, we want to encourage a collaborative community, using our small town charm, diverse cultures, and rich history to strengthen our economic viability and livability. Our values is our destination, thriving town. It encourages collaborative community, using small town charm, diverse cultures, and rich history. Our values are how we go about our business and how we get to our vision. So this past year, we added strategic work sessions, which are focused on furthering projects and objectives within our strategic plan and our key focus areas, as you can see here. Some of the topics from our work sessions this past year included a review of Sawassa's project and priorities, including their $35 million sewer upgrade project, which will have a huge impact on the town of Butner, an analysis of future growth types and locations in Butner following Sawassa's sewer project, food insecurity, which led to a partnership with the Right for Revival organization for their pay-as-you-can mobile market in Butner, and that comes every Tuesday. An overview of the opiate settlement and how committee and counties And so now at this time, I will transition to our town manager, Jordan McMillan, and he will walk you through our 2025 accomplishments.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
It's great to work for a town where you have strong vision, and the mayor is a big part of this strategic plan and our council. But she mentioned that I'm going to go through our accomplishments. They are very much aligned with our strategic plan, and also about looking forward to the future. So many of you were at the performance stage for ribbon cutting that we held. We opened the year with the ribbon cutting, and just in a minute I'll show you we closed the year with one as well. So many of you on the right were in that photo back in April. And following that event, we had a live band. This performance stage is a part of our gazebo park where it's about building community through events. And we have done that through a live music series that we introduced this past year with the new stage. The Chamber Live After 5 I hear is coming back, and we'll be in Butner using the stage in late June this year. And we have a whole host of other events that we have at the gazebo park as well, including the Summer Festival, which happens the first Saturday in June. And for 31 years, the Butner Community Association has ran this event, a nonprofit. And that's their pictures on the left. And essentially, they've lost members, they've aged out, they've changed mission a little bit. And so, introducing a new partnership in the coming year, both the town of Butner and very happy and appreciative of Granville Health to have a partnership where we'll be bringing this event starting in June. So, welcome you coming to the Summer Festival June 6th. Anyone that knows vendors, we've opened vendor registration in the last week. If you want to pay some money and sponsor something, we'll take that too. That is open this week as well. Butner Summer Festival, be aware of that in June. We closed the year with a ribbon cutting as well. This is the new ADA accessible playground in Butner, as far as we know. It's the first one in this park, and it makes a lot of sense to be in Butner, where we have Murdoch and folks that have developmental disabilities. And we thank the TDA for the $50,000 that they put into this. And you'd be amazed how much something like this costs, $326,000 per playground. And we saved for it over a couple of years, but if you come by, it's a great facility now. It was a good park, and it's getting a ton of use even in the middle of winter, so we can't wait for the summer. This is kind of a random project, but it's something that brought in a lot of revenue to the town. The town owns, let's see, is there a pointer on here?
Not on that one, no.
The town owns 750 acres on the west side of town, and we're timbering 192 acres. We've just completed the area in green, and the area in yellow will come in the next year or so when the timber harvester comes back. How much money did we bring in from this timber harvest? $750,000 in town revenue. It's just amazing the type of revenue. But this project really is about lessening town liability behind the residences. So as you see, we're kind of removing trees behind where the residences are located, and we're going to create some fire breaks along the edge, which maybe someday could be a break. We'll see. But that's just something that we're working on right now with our timber harvest. We're in the business of creating sidewalks. We're only 18 years old, but we're starting to grow up. You know, we're in our prime. And so we have to do things like build sidewalks, build greenways that haven't been there. And so the picture on the right was the last sidewalk project we completed. We spent the past entire year designing the next sidewalk on C Street. How much does it cost to build a 1.5 mile sidewalk? $2.8 million. We can't afford that. So we divided it into 3 phases. We're working to get easements. Hopefully, 12th Street and Central Avenue will start once we get those easements, hopefully maybe later this year. But again, it's a lot of money for a sidewalk. Greenways. A lot of what we do involves grant money. And so on the left is a picture of the existing greenway in front of Caltech along East Line Station Road. And we've received a $500,000 grant. We're going to continue easement from Highback Way past the Red Kings Preschool, past Carolina Coops. It's about 2,400 linear feet. And the best news is it will potentially tie into another one in the future that will take it from the 56 into Freeport. This is a $500,000 grant through the Great Trail State Grant Program. We have 3 years to do it, and we hope the property owners will work with us. So it's a fun process. This is another project, the VZ Road Roundabout. We've spent this entire year designing this project. How much did we spend on this picture and designing it? $500,000. That's what it costs to design a roundabout. The good news is it was all grant. We received $2.6 million in grant money. This is federal grant money that came down from DOT. $2.6 million. The town has about $100,000 put into it. And now we're hearing the federal government may take that money away. And so we might need your advocacy as we get into this year. It's carbon reduction funds, as they talk about in the budget after September. They're saying some of that money could be pulled back. So we're being rushed and pushed to turn a probably year and a half design process down into a year. And we're making great progress to make that happen. But design is wrapping up. We hope to get to construction within the next year. The last accomplishment that I want to speak to is something that could really transform the town of Butler in the future. On the left side, the town in blue is the Olmsted properties. 36 acres we acquired in 2019 from the state, and it backs up to the area in the orange, which is where Town Hall is located, because Central Avenue, the Road Park, and there used to be an elementary school over here, an elementary. And so last year we were talking about demolishing these buildings. We spent like $1.2 million demolishing these buildings that the state owned. Fortunately, they gave us a big grant, $825,000, and so we got rid of those buildings. This past year, we brought in the School of Government, the Development Finance Initiative. What they do, they look at properties from a private development perspective, and that's what they did. And they determined that we can fit 174 single-family homes on this property, mix of townhomes in the middle, and detached houses on the edge. It was a great exercise. But what we're realizing is there's a lot of other property around. There's property that the town owns, there's property that the state owns, there's property that the county might own. Maybe school property. And so there's this opportunity to potentially create a town center. And so we're starting that conversation. STEM is way far ahead of us. They're already down the road, we're ready to break ground. But we would like to have a town center in Butler as well, realizing that, I'll use the town of Morrisville for an example, it took them 20 years to break ground. And they're 3 or 4 times larger than we are on a town center. So this is a long-term vision, but it's something that we'd like to see in the future. We'd love to be able to partner at the county with y'all to be able to do that on that property. So again, as we look back at some of the accomplishments, really it's about building community, it's about events, it's about forming partnerships, it's about constructing sidewalks, planning greenways, planning sidewalks, open space. And then there's this future growth. What's all this future growth? Every year we talk about it. Every town comes and says we're developing in size, we're doubling in size in STEM. And so what we'd like to do is I want to just share the 3 major projects and what have happened this year in Butler related to development. Before I do that, when the School of Government came, they not only looked at the Olmsted property, but they did a market study for Butler as a whole. And I'm going to throw in a couple of numbers for you. Demand for housing. Their study determined that in Butler, over the next 5 years, there'll be a demand for 3,500 single-family homes and 650 multi-family units. There'll be a demand for 22,000 square feet of retail space in the next 5 years. And they pointed out that the rising housing costs in Durham are causing people to move north. And since 2020, around 1,300 single-family permits in Granville County. So just put that in perspective. 1,300 in the last 5 years, and we're talking 3,500 plus 650 multifamily units over the next 5 years. So there's growth on the horizon. 3 projects, you all are very familiar with this first one, Falls Lake Industrial. We appreciate the partnership around economic development and incentives. Both the county and the town participated. This is at the end of the I-85 service road. It's 1.1 million square feet of industrial spec space. I'm happy to report we issued zoning and stormwater permits last week. So they're ready to start breaking ground. You might see that already happening. One other thing I saw in the Triangle Business Journal just this week, not only this project, but there's just this is the Falls Lake Industrial Park. There's the Falls Lake Commerce Center, which is Business Park Drive off of Gate 2 Road, recently sold for $47 million. And the Triangle Business Journal just said that the Butner industrial scene is on fire. That with this and with that acquisition. So you all are very familiar with that, but that was a big project where we annexed this area and we rezoned it into a PUD. The North Point subdivision, this is on the residential side, proposed for 779 housing units. It's a mix of apartments, 436 apartments, 92 townhomes, 251 single family. That greenway that I showed you that the town is building would come to right here. And then they would take it over to 56 in Creedmoor, through Creedmoor Village, which is a proposed subdivision just on the other side of this. So there's a lot of sidewalks that would be here. All of this hinges on the Saguasa Sewer Project, which will be at least 2028 before capacity is available. I do want to give a shout out to Creedmoor because we went to Creedmoor, City of Creedmoor in 2024. They allowed us to do this annexation. The back half of this was between Butner and Creedmoor. They allowed us to annex it. We approved the annexation last year. So a great example of municipalities working together. We think that the density in this subdivision will make Creedmoor Village in Creedmoor even better. And so it will create pedestrian access between our 2 towns as well. So this past year, we approved annexation and rezoning on North Point, and then Meritage Homes, which has been hanging out there. We approved the rezoning in late 2024. They have now started the preliminary plat process. This includes three roundabouts in this subdivision. Pedestrian access. There's a lot of back access alleys, so homes would be on the front with alleys access in the back. But as I talk about these 2 residential projects, again, this one's 838 units. Keep in mind that it's the Saguasa Sewer Project. That has to be done before any of this can happen. We've shown this map once before, but our council spent a lot of time this year looking at where residential development and commercial development is going to go in Butner. The parcels in green are the residential parcels. This is Meritage, just showed you that. This is North Point, which backs up to Creedmoor Village in Creedmoor. We'll have a new access point between East Line Station and Highway 56 when all of that's constructed. Now, when is all that going to be constructed? Probably a 10-year project. It's going to take time. I'll talk about it again when we come back. So green is residential, red is commercial and industrial. This is Falls Lake Industrial project that started. This is the Butner Gateway. Yes, there is someone that is interested and has bought some land and they want to put in a motorsports park in the middle of the gateway. But you may have heard that rumor. There is someone that has interest in that. But this is 1,500 acres within half a mile of the interstate. So there's a lot of potential and a lot of development that's going to occur in the Butner and Creedmoor area. Because of this, we do have a good sense of where that residential is going. We're trying to balance it. We need infrastructure. And both North Point and that Meritage would be making a lot of off-site roadway improvements, which would be required. So we have to keep that in mind as we're developing these subdivisions. It brings traffic. It won't be the same as it is today, but we've got to ensure that we have those infrastructure investments as well. Last slide before we finish up. This is the opportunity for us to work together. These are the partnership opportunities. Butner STEM Elementary, we're ready to move forward when you are. We're ready. We want to work together. We want to make a partnership there and find out how to move forward. We have a lot of recreational opportunities in Butner as well. We need some more multi-purpose fields and parks and of that sort. You all are a member of Campo. Highway 56 is very busy around Food Line and our fast food restaurants. We're working very hard to advocate for Campo and DOT. We've submitted a project into the prioritization process. We need your advocacy around that project. There was a study done 10 years ago, and we updated it recently. It's a lot of activists in that section, we'll just say. Advocacy for successful completion of the Seguasa project. We need more county services in the southern end. Y'all are doing a great job. In Butner, we talk about seniors and we talk about youth. We need more youth services, we need more senior services. So that sounds like a county thing, right? You know? So whatever y'all can do, we'll accept it. Bring it our way. And then economic development, there is strong interest. We love the partnership that we have with you there. I mentioned that the funding that y'all have sent through and the TDA has sent for the playground. Also want to thank you all on the tax collection rate. That has gone up again. It's over 99% this past year. So great job from the county who does that for us. That brings more revenue in. We also, I know Mayor Stovall mentioned the recreation mini grants. We impact from those, but we're also hearing that now the annual recreation funding may go away. That's $29,000 that comes to Butner, and we do put that to work. I understand you have a lot of priorities, a lot of things you got to deal with, but that makes a big impact for us, that $29,000 if it were to go away. So would advocate for that to remain in place. But at the end of the day, whatever happens that benefits Butner or Creedmoor or STEM or Stovall or Oxford benefits the county. And so we're all in this together, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here and share a little bit about the town of Butner. Any questions?
Any questions?
Just one thing I'd kind of like to point out. Jordan, you were talking about the $750,000 that the timber brought into the town. If you had to raise $750,000 by increasing taxes, that's about 6.5 cent tax increase. I know that's a tax increase is recurring every year, and this is one-time money, but that's the equivalent of what you would have to raise in order to raise that much money at one time. And I think it's phenomenal that you have the resources to be able to do that.
But it's a hard decision.
Yes.
When the trucks are rolling out, there's mud on the roads.
A lot of pushback from citizens.
But it's a lot of money too. And it's lowering our liability. So thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No other question. Thank you. Just before Oscar come, I would just like to let everybody know that the mayor from Creekmore was in an accident and he hit to hospital.
Oh, wow.
So keep him in his prayer. Mayor? Oh, there you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
So I hope our fellow mayor is in good hands. Everything works on. Thank you very much for inviting us here one more time. Just about the city of Oxford has had its share of challenges in 2025, which has made it a little difficult, but we're still here. Before I turn this over to the city manager, Mr. Taylor, to do our presentation, I'm going to make a call again. We need to work together. We need to unite like every mayor is saying here. And I ask that we get a meeting on the table. Because we need to do it. There's so much things we got to go work together to benefit the entire county, not just the city of Oxford. So again, thank you very much, and hope that we can get these things resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
To the right, yep.
One of the pleasures about working for this Board of Commissioners is that they really appreciate and respect the individual. And as you know, Oxford has a very diverse population, and that is a driving motivation for us when we try to make decisions how to best serve the people, is that we have the respect for the individual and not just a certain political box. I'm not going to read that to you, but I just wanted to call that to your attention, that the individual matters to us. As you can see, our overall budget is over close to $34 million. General fund slightly over $15 million. Y'all all know what that encompasses. Water sewer fund is over $13 million. Stormwater, well, $500,000, and then the power bill, street fund. And as you know, $336,000 doesn't even build a quarter mile of sidewalk, or at least it doesn't budget, but it doesn't do that either. So you can see where we prioritize our money, and that's obviously mostly in public safety. As you can see with public works, golf carts, etc. If the state legislature were to do away with property taxes like we talked about earlier, we probably could fund police and fire and nothing else. So that would be a huge impact on this municipality. Fire department last year responded to 648 calls for service, but that's not all they do. They performed over 768 inspections, but they had 1,823 participants in fire prevention programs. And fire prevention is really important to us because you can prevent the fire in the first place, and you obviously can save property damage, you minimize risk to your firefighters, and so we put a lot of emphasis in fire prevention. But we invest heavily in training, nearly 4,000 hours of cumulative training hours. When you talk about ISOs, those training hours make a big difference. We're just a fraction of a point away from being able to have an ISO rating of 2. And so over the next few years, we're going to be working toward that, but we try to maximize everything that we can do in one of those training hours. But we're also very community oriented, make 98 home visits through the smoke detector program, and also install 41 car seats. So it may be a little thing, but it's a big thing to those, and you get it installed right, you know, save a life. Police department, very pleased this year that we were able to hire a certified school resource officer at Cradle Elementary School. So we're very proud to partner with the county on that. We have a little over 2 years ago, our K-9 was shot and killed. We now have revived the K-9 program. And we also did installation of flock cameras, and those are very effective tools in trying to, in some cases, prevent crime, but also to catch criminals. And that's a system that is used nationwide, and it gives us access for other departments to help us with law enforcement. So we're pleased to have started that this year. We responded to roughly 12,000 calls for service, and they got 694 arrests. But the key thing is our crime statistics. They've been increasing since 2023. So our vital crime statistics. So Oxford, safe place to live. And then we participate in numerous activities. Our most important thing that we're going to be looking at over the next 3 years as far as public safety is a new police headquarters, fire. Right now it's listed as a substation, but I think it'll most likely change to its new headquarters, as well as emergency operations center. So that is a top priority for our commissioners, and we would be willing to look at if there's a need to work with the county when that's done for EMS services, to look at the possibility there. But that is a priority for us. Economic development, we've been working on business recruitment strategies, also incentives, and then we're part of the Main Street program that works a lot with our downtown. You can see the things there that it works with, design, organization, etc. And then, of course, special events. Our hot sauce 2 years ago
it was 2 or 3 years ago, was just a 5-hour event. Now it's 2 full days, or Friday night, full day on Saturday. And it's still our goal to make that a regional event. And we're well on our way to doing that. I'm not going to read this, but just want to let you, Parks and Rec sometimes kind of gets overlooked when you're dealing about infrastructure and public safety, but these are the things that our Parks and Recreation Department do, and it's a lot for a town our size. Of course, big question development. We still have interest among 6,000 units. Right now, 4 subdivisions are underway. They represent close to 1,200 units at full build out. You can see Hatcher's Creek and the Meadows, actually Don Vertical, and Oakmont, Man, and 90 Meadows are putting in their infrastructure. So it's roughly 1,200 units. And we still have more coming in. They're expressing interest in Austin. I said up to about 6,000 units, and we last year annexed roughly 1,000 acres. Some of the street projects, and they kind of are really beautification projects. You can see our newest roundabout to the right there, and to the right of that. We decided to take a little bit of a risk, try to light our trees up year round. This month it's the Valentine's Day and it's American Heart Association month, so we felt red would be an appropriate color for that. But the colors will change year round. These are LED lighting, so it is some expense, but it's a lot less than what it otherwise would be. Might be a little hard to tell in the third picture, but part of what we've been doing is putting up seasonal banners. I'm sure you saw the hot sauce ones. They were probably the most brightest, but we also do patriotic things as well. That one happens to be the Ox Theater, just making people aware of our theater that I'll discuss in a minute. But also improving street posts and street signs with our latest branding. Again, not the hugest thing in the world, but just trying to have those little touches there that make the place feel a little bit more like home. And then the median on College Street, the beautification with that, and the more traditional type lamp posts. Of course, we didn't quite make it here. We did get one hit across from Masonic Home, but we'll be getting that replaced. But it's those things that the Vision City doing to kind of keep those little touches there to just make things a little bit softer, enjoyable, hospitable town. Some of the most recent things in Parks and Rec. We've been doing some work out at Lake Devon. Now you can actually cross certain points on the lake there. We're also getting ready to construct tee pads and baskets for the disc golf course there, which we feel like will be a good partner with the Gap, because now it will increase the availabilities to have tournaments, and you can use multiple courses for that. So, and this is going to be a very attractive course. You can have some nice water holes and things like that. And hopefully they won't throw them in the water, but you never know. But anyway, you can have some high-risk reward shots, and any of you that play golf, you'll know what that's about. But also got some work in Granville County. And in the future, we'd like to certainly build a more modern recreation center, acquire some more open space, and also look at opportunities to partner with the county in terms of trails that are connected to spots in the city and outside of town. Our theater, it's just taken off. We've spent some money to upgrade the sound and lighting system, and what our goal is to bring in professional entertainment that you don't necessarily have to go to Durham to see. And this right here just kind of gives you a variety of portrait. It's not just one thing. It's not just comedians. It's not just concerts, but we do have concerts here, ranging from the Beatles to the Selena Experience to the sounds of the 60s. Also, in a couple of weeks. We're gonna have Holly Man and Magic. If you wanna come see that, tickets are selling fast. It's getting close to sell out. And Musk on Nuts later in the month, and those ticket sales are picking up. So family friendly, as well as music concerts, comedians. We anticipate showing some movies for low cost to make it very friendly for families. If you've not been there, I know somebody came to the Cartar stage, but come for a show. I think you'll really enjoy that. As you know, we're part of the Car Lake water system. Construction's going on still on schedule, and that will take our water capacity up to 4 million gallons. And now we currently use roughly about 1.2 million. Still progressing with our asset inventory analysis. That helps us identify what we're going to need to do in the future. Right now, in the next year to 18 months, we're going to be doing some rehab on roughly 6 miles of sewer. We're also going to be doing some more wastewater treatment plant rehab. That investment is going to be roughly $3 million. We are still progressing with our advanced metering infrastructure. That's basically, if you don't know what it is, that's a meter that basically reports to City Hall what your usage is electronically. So we don't have to put a meter reader out there, and we can use that meter reader to do other things. Also will alert us faster that if you have an unusual water usage, we can let you know, and you can determine whether you have a leak or not. But they're very expensive. They're worth about $500 a piece. So we're having to implement this over a series of few years, but we hope to have all this wrapped up within 4 years. We're also continuing with the lead and copper study, trying to identify homes that may have that. And then once we identify those, then we will address how we handle those. But right now we're doing the study for that. And then over the last year, we spent a significant amount of time trying to manage how do we, if we need to increase our sewer capacity, how do we do that in sync with actual development, whether it's slow and steady or whether it's an atomic explosion. So we've developed several strategies on how we can do that. And most importantly, and one of the reasons why we took our time to do that, is so that we make sure that we protect the existing ratepayer. We ideally want growth to pay for growth, but there is a little bit of an art to trying to figure that out, because obviously you got to have it before it gets here, but you got to determine, all right, when do you think realistically it's going to get here, and that's so that the ratepayers aren't paying an exorbitantly high rate to pay for growth, but we try to sync it at the same time, and that's what we get spent a lot of the last 18 months trying to determine. And so we're now in a position that we can accommodate whatever we approve or have agreed to. Just typical day in the life. I'm not going to go over all of that, but we did maintain 3 water towers of over a million gallons of storage capacity. So we can right now get through a day. If it was a problem, we could go through a full day of it, and hopefully we'd have whatever we needed would be resolved. We maintain over 81 miles of sewer lines and 90 miles of water. So, you know, it's when you start thinking about it, that's the Alligator Creek. So anyway, and we have updated our SCADA system to where our staff can actually maintain it or monitor it. They're at home whenever something happens. They can see instantaneously what's happening. Our locator performs average about 15 locates a day, and that's actually probably increasing. There are weeks where we have 200 or 300 locates, which is a sign of growth, especially when you got infill and things going on, which we do have infill going on. Basically, overall, civic engagement is really a priority with our commissioners. All the time they talk about transparency and want the community involved. Makes more work for me, but anyway, something that they encourage. That we're wanting to have a diversified range of housing, also to ensure quality of life with parks, natural areas that we talked about earlier. So these are things that we're going to be emphasizing. And like I said, we're preparing for responsible growth of our infrastructure, expanding cultural opportunities, public safety is still at the forefront of not only just the public safety station that I mentioned earlier, but also making sure that we have a fully equipped, fully staffed police and force and fire department. And also looking at downtown, address parking is going to come back up to the forefront, but that's in relation to trying to promote more commerce and working with a variety of entities, including your economic developer, to try to make sure that we can bring the most to not only Oxford, but Granville County as a whole. And I would certainly echo what the mayor says, that we would look forward to collaborating, getting together, because I think there's several things that we can do together that would really benefit not only Oxford, but the county as a whole. And I think the opportunity presents itself now to be able to do that. That's all I have.
What's your population?
A little over 9,000.
Mayor Jordan, what's yours?
Just stepped out, 8,100.
Thank you.
You go, Pam. Accurate. Mayor, we thank you. I think that brings us down to the close. We have heard from the school board their needs. We have heard from the hospital. We have heard from NCACC about taxes. And now we done heard from all the municipalities, what their needs and where they're headed. So it leave us up to something to think about. We got work to do. And I thank each and every one have coming out. Thank our staff. So I think our next session is Friday the 20th.
9 a.m.
Huh?
9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.
The gifts on the table.
Oh, everybody take their gift on the table. Please do. That's just a little token that said we love you. Okay? So we thank each and every one for coming. And we'll see you back here Friday at 9 o'clock.
Or 8:30 if you want a biscuit.
8:30 if you want a biscuit. If you don't want a biscuit, be here 5 minutes to 9. Huh? Do any board member have anything they'd like to say?
Well, I got a lot to say, but not now.
Okay. We stand adjourned to recess to Friday at 9. 8:30 if you want a biscuit.
You have help with commercial. No, not by yourself.
Yes, because I'm going to reprint all of the slides bigger.
Y'all leave your books.
Leave the book? Yes, ma'am.
I'm still. Yeah, you read the book on the thing?
You can take it with you on Friday.
Y'all gonna have to buckle down. We got all these plans. All these traffic people. All these gotta get together. I have to, that's what I'm like the emphasis for all these new projects.
Harry could do more.
You can't have silos anymore. This robot's gonna be something that we can't control.
All right, I'm gonna leave it.
You want a hat or a coffee mug?
Huh?
Would you like a hat or a coffee mug?